Okay. Huh. Oh, that's nice. OBS shows when you have a window captured, it highlights it, so I don't forget that that window is being streamed. Have to delete browser history. So here's the front page, and there is like a free trial that is, I think, 1 month. Okay, but I've already started. This is the beginning of the tutorial. Just kind of walk through how this works. So this is something that they've generated already. It says, behold your canvas. This field is your workspace, a sandbox for your imagination. You can type anything into this field for the AI to pick up from your input. Proper English will produce better results, but don't let that stop you from experimenting around with the AI. The AI will pick up from your input, so if you use grammatically correct English, it will output on in the same vein. This text is a prompt, text written before the first AI generation. It is the basis for your AI generated story. A prompt can be empty, consisting of a single word, sentence, or as much text as you like. By default, prompts are uniquely color-coded. Feel free to add or replace the existing prompt if you want, and then hit next. Let's see. Also, because I'm going to be reading a lot, to remember to keep getting drinks of water. I don't want to make disgusting mouth noises too much on stream. I'll grab water really quick before I forget. Okay, back. Won't read the entire prompt. Oh, also, thank you for the follow, Bot Gecko. Get used to streaming stuff again. Curry and Rice, also thank you for the follow. Splendor before my eyes left me breathless. Vaulted ceiling painted from scenes from an ancient tale. Tapestries that stretched across 3 walls depicting tales of her heroes long dead. Okay, so fantasy kind of thing going on. Distracted by a flurry of explosions of wiring. This is just a tutorial. I'll just see where it goes. That's it. Now it's time to send this beauty of a prompt off to the AI. Hit send and watch the AI do the rest of the work. You can also use Control plus Enter whenever you are done typing. Oh, okay. It's alive. As you can see, the default all AI generated text is displayed in its own color. You might have noticed that any new text you write after the first generation will appear color-coded as well. Also, any edits you make to your story will be color-coded so that you can easily track how the AI and you collaborate. This is the future right here. Everything you write and generate will be added to your context, depending on your subscription tier. Around 4,000 out of 8,000 characters consisting of your story, text, prompt, setup, send to the AI. This is the extent of what the AI can remember. Yeah, this is a subscription model that they have going on here. Let's see, we generate out of your context depending on your subscription tier. Consisting of your story, text, and prompt setup. So it's like the amount of text you can send at one time. What differs from subscriptions, it sounds like. This text we just generated is pretty neat. But let's see the other sweet outputs we can get. Go ahead and hit retry button to make the AI replace what was generated with something else. Okay, what was generated? I was just a weak human who knew nothing about magic or killing monsters. If anything, I should be running away. If I ran now, I might find myself in the company of the other 4 humans who were killed by the crystal dragon. So I can try retry. Old generation is now replaced by a new one. You hover over the retry button, you can see exactly what text will be affected. See, this is like they've thought of this UX experience really well. I guess UX experience is redundant because it's user experience. To recap, hit send, generate something completely new, and hit retry to replace your last generation with a new one. So just sit back and watch, Galena smirked at me. It will be much easier if you just let me handle everything. A wicked grin spread across my face. Couldn't believe it. Okay. So undoing mistakes, you can undo and redo changes in the story, including entire generations. Novel AI keeps track of your generation history, which can be found by clicking the number next to redo after pressing undo. You can even undo all the way back to the prompt of your story at any time. Wow. Story is truly a masterpiece. It signifies your first steps in the AI-generated universe. Go ahead and click story title to edit your story's name. The Crystal Dragon V. There. Oh, that's how back it remembers. Trial is 50 inputs. Okay. Or you think, I think it said the amount of text that the AI reads in the story before generating is 4,000 characters. Oh. And I believe the 3-month trial that I got, which isn't the same as the regular trial, I believe it's using their highest tier. So, and there's like 4 different tiers of subscription or something. Okay, final touches. Alternatively, you can click the edit icon here to edit the story's info. You can also easily delete, duplicate, or export. In the left menu, all the options seen in the story info are purely cosmetic and for your own organization. Sidebars. How do you get the free month trial? Just by going to the website, novelai.net. You can do the month thing here. The 3-month thing I have was given to me by a streamer who was given a whole bunch of keys, and it is like friend of a friend of a friend, so they just kind of handed out a bunch, and I just happened to snag one. So you'll probably be able to get the 3-month trial if you just like ask around. I wasn't given any, but it's easy to find. Okay, the sidebars. Here you'll find story unique options that let you influence the AI's outputs. You can also export, duplicate, and delete your story, and much more. All these settings are unique to your story. Your settings do not carry over between individual stories. It may look threatening, but luckily all of this is entirely optional. If should you decide to check it out now, there are simple descriptions of what the various options do to help you get started. We'll cover all these sections in another tutorial. This is one of the things that I really like, where you can give it things to remember. Worries me that it has tokens. What is that even? AI will better remember the info that's put here. Author's note. Info here will strongly influence the AI. Style. Oh, you can like put in tags. Okay. So I remember AI Dungeon had something like this going on where it was like, if there's a character that was really important to the story, you can type them, their name, and a description about them to make sure that the AI doesn't just forget this character exists without you having to constantly repeat the character. So there's different models of AI. Okay, well it says we'll cover all these in another tutorial. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Hello lol dog, welcome. Due to the flexibility of AI-assisted storytelling, it's hard to define a specific setting that would encompass all writing methods. Because of this, we have come up with various setting configuration presets that assist the AI in different aspects. While the descriptions might seem vague at first, you might be surprised with the results you get by using different presets. Switching your preset might help get the AI back on track if the AI completely goes off the rails, outputs nonsense, or begins to loop. Now, let's head to the left sidebar menu. Okay, so what are these presets? Oh, so this does have like the randomness slider. Output length, repetition penalty, jeez. Output less repetitive. Full random. Okay, this is the last tutorial window. Here you'll find all your existing stories laid out nice and neat. At the top, you can access the user settings to customize your novel AI experience just the way you like it. Adjust the AI settings, customize your interface, theme colors, account settings, view hotkeys. You don't need to use the import button. You can drag and drop right into the editor, the buttons to start a new story and import files, support. Congratulations. Congratulations, you've won. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. You're equipped with all necessary. You can always return tutorial. There is the the other mode. Don't know if I want to go through the whole tutorial for the other mode because I probably won't be using it. How do I... Okay, so get rid of the tutorial story. You sure you want to permanently delete? Yes. So this is the mode where it's just like a text document that you just write, and it's really nice and convenient. But the other mode is meant to be more of a guided experience. Oh yeah, text adventure. Let the AI tell a story using your words and actions. So that one is more like you want the AI to do all the heavy lifting and you're just there to react to it. I think you give it a prompt and then it generates like options. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to go northwest? Do you want to talk to the villager? Do you want, you know, and then you just react to it. Where storyteller is more like, I want to side by side create a story with the AI, which is what I want to do here. I'll just go with that. So now that I'm actually beginning, some of the prompts that I came up with, because I want to keep things somewhat spooky. Like my vibe that is always hard to describe is that I like spooky stuff, not like overt horror as in like violence. I mean, there can be violent aspects to it, but it's not all about like, oh, I'm being chased by a murderer. I like, well, I guess it's psychological horror, something like that. Oh, you know, a lot of weird things that ghosts could do. Ghost blowjob. No. Not yet. No. One thing I'd like to try is to see if it's aware of the Half-Life series. At some point, I might try to generate a like Half-Life driven story Some other ones are just kind of more, because I like having AI generate a ritual where I'm taking part in some weird procedure and I'm just there as like a spectator, or I might participate. That's another direction I'd like to go. Because I like to do a whole lead up right to a very pivotal moment and then let the AI write that. It'll be like, okay, I go up into the room and into the attic and I found this weird mysterious box and I open it up and to my surprise it is a... And then the AI completes the rest of that. Another one I thought of is like being in a... just waking up in a space station that has, you know, active researchers there. But I don't know what my job is or who I am, but I just try to play it cool and see where things go from there. It's knowledgeable of a lot of different series, of how many people use it. Because that's always a big question, is like, where exactly is it drawing from and all of that? Oh, interesting. I can change the window that I see on stream, like, whatever the opposite of letterboxing is. I'll just leave it like this for now. But where I want to start is one of my favorite beginnings to any spooky story is driving down the road alone at night. So I'll kick in the ambience. Okay, I hope this isn't too loud. Let's see. Just checking audio. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can't see other windows that I'm interacting with, which is good. All right. I won't give it a title because I don't even know where this is going yet. And I like to write from first-person perspective, or whatever it's called in writing. So I'll be using I and things that I do rather than talking about other characters doing other things. I, which is off of work. I just gotten off my late night shift at work. I felt always a hard word to spell, unbelievably, and was worried about driving back alone. I dread the day that I have to spend the night at... I'm not a rider, by the way. No, this is gonna be rough. Okay, I dread the day that I would rather risk falling asleep at the wheel of my car than to have to spend the night at my dreaded employer. Bad writing. Down the highway, about 30 minutes into my drive, I started to drift asleep. Suddenly, a loud sound startled me awake. I had just gotten off my late night shift at work. I felt unbelievably tired and was worried about driving back alone. I'd rather risk falling asleep at the wheel of my car than to have to spend the night at my dreaded place of work. Terrible. About 30 minutes into my drive, I started to drift asleep. Suddenly, a loud sound startled me awake. I looked up to see that I had drifted onto the shoulder of the road. The next thing I knew, there was flashing lights in my rearview mirror. What the hell? I said as I pulled over onto the side of the road. There were 2 police cars parked behind me with their lights flashing. Oh shit, I thought to myself. I was so tired that I hadn't even noticed when I drifted onto the shoulder. My heart began beating rapidly as I realized what might happen if they caught me sleeping while driving. I'm gonna de-escalate the situation for the sake of the narrative. The officers approached me. He said, "What are you doing driving down this road? Access to the facility is strictly forbidden. You're lucky that we caught you now, or you entered the premises." Okay. So, side of the road, officers show up. One of the officers approached me. He said, "What are you doing driving down this road? Access to the facility is strictly forbidden. You're lucky that we caught you now before you entered premises." I don't know if I spelled that right. "No, sir," I replied. "I'm not allowed to access the area because I'm an employee here." Okay. The officer stared at me for a moment. "You're kidding, right?" Okay, so this is still within quotation of what the officer's saying. Right. So now there's kind of a weird logic going on where, like, I left. Okay. I replied, "I was on my way home." Wait. Stared at me for a moment. I'm not kidding. I know this sounds strange, but I was actually just leaving work. I was actually just leaving. Okay, I know this sounds strange, but I was actually just leaving work. Or leaving the place. He says, "I'm not allowed to access the area because I'm an employee here." The officer stared at me for a moment. "You're kidding, right?" I replied. "I'm not kidding. I know this sounds strange, but I was actually just leaving the place." Wait. I fell asleep for a moment. And suddenly, I found myself heading back. I don't remember turning around. Ooh, this is getting good. He asked me to step out of my car. As I stepped out, he put his hand on my chest and pushed me against the door. Sir, you need to calm down. We're not going to hurt you. Oh, great. Okay, I gotta de-escalate the AI again. Not going to hurt you. The other officer stepped in. The other asked me, I gotta keep the tense consistent here. Stared at me, yeah, asked me to step out of my car. The other officer stepped in and told him to stand down. Interrupted with, let's just let him go. It's not worth trying to figure out what's right. It's not worth trying to decipher. It's not worth trying to. Okay, let's just let him go. He seems to have the situation under control. I don't know. Okay, now let's get this back. The officers got back into their squad cars and headed off away from the facility. I was now standing on the side of the road in the dark with only the headlights of my idling car lighting up the place. Okay, since we aren't still driving, I'm going to transition to Alright, I was now standing on the side of the road in the dark, alone, with only the headlights of my idling car lighting up the place. I was worried that if I began driving again, that I might end up unexpectedly turned around again. So okay, I'll let the AI determine what I'm going to do now. So the officers have left. Now I'm just alone on the side of the road with this alleged restricted area up ahead that I apparently work at and don't remember leaving or something. I sat down in my car and decided to wait it out until morning. I was too tired to do anything else. I didn't want to call anyone or get help. I wanted to be left alone so that I could sleep peacefully. Alright, it's a good idea. So, I drifted off to sleep. It was a very cold night, and all that I remember was... All that I remember of the rest of that night was desperately waiting for the sun to rise. Okay, I need things to get a little more interesting. So, we're falling asleep in our car at night, waiting for the sun to rise. Okay, let's do a new paragraph. The time... wait. At around 6 in the morning, I finally woke up. I was still in my car, but couldn't see anything out the windows. They had completely fogged over during the night. I turned my car back on to warm it up. But guess what? The engine wouldn't start. However, wait. Turn back on, but the engine... However, there was just enough battery left to power the radio. The radio as I turned the key, the radio turned on, already tuned to a station that I did not recognize. A voice began to speak. So it's around 6 in the morning. I finally woke up. I was still in the car, but I couldn't see anything out the windows. They'd completely fogged over during the night. I turned my car back on to warm it up, but the engine wouldn't start. However, there was just enough battery left to power the radio. As I turned the key, the radio turned on, already tuned to a station that I did not recognize. A voice began to speak. Welcome to the facility. Please stay inside your vehicle. We will be coming to pick you up shortly. Ooh. If you wish to contact someone, please dial 911. I was startled by this. Interesting idea. I couldn't help but notice that my windows were still fogged over despite the sun rising and warming things up. I tried to exit the vehicle. Wait, I tried to, okay, let's be a little more informal. I tried to get out of my car. I tried to get out of my car, but some kind of adhesive was holding the doors shut. I couldn't get out, and was only option was to sit and wait. So my choices are to wait or call 911. But I think waiting would be more interesting in this case. An hour had passed, and there was no sign of anyone coming to pick me up. I decided to start loudly yelling and pounding on the windows in hopes that someone will realize that I'm trapped inside my car. After a few minutes of making noise, someone knocked back. I opened the window, okay, and saw a woman peering through the glass. She asked me to roll down the window. Okay, continuity error. I did, and she proceeded to stick her head into the car. I was shocked to see she was wearing a lab coat. My immediate reaction was, "Who are you? Are you here?" Wait. Okay, just who are you? Punctuation and quotation marks are so confusing. Also, these are not the correct quotation marks. These are double apostrophes. And in typesetting, there's actually specific marks designed for quotation marks that have the small curves on them that have two different directions that are supposed to be used for beginning and end of a quote. But most people don't know that. Okay, who are you, I ask. She answered, "I am Dr. Dabrowski. I'm here to pick you up." She was oh no. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Her long blonde hair framed her face okay, let's not go that way. I was lost for words. And I was lost for words. Situation was already weird enough, so I got out of the car, and she decided Right, and she led me over to a black, unmarked vehicle. On my way over, I felt like I was being watched. The doctor... Wait, I felt like I was... She opened the back seat of the car. Right, she opened the back seat of her car. So and I got inside. Someone else was already here. Let's just see where that goes. The person who was sitting in the front seat turned out to be another doctor. The driver was an older man. I immediately recognized him as the one who had been standing behind me at the gate. Interesting. Dr. Dabrowski got inside next to the driver. I then looked to my right. And another... Actually, I'll try to liven things up a little bit. I mean, I am fundamentally a boring person. And I like this kind of stuff. Subtlety. But let's see. That's for the driver. Alright, so let's just go to the facility now. As we drove down the road... the windows to the car started fogging over, including the windshield. The driver didn't seem to care and continued driving forwards anyway, as if this was not a problem. A few minutes later, everything got silent and dark. We had arrived. We had arrived. So... I was taken to a large building and led to a room with a bed in it. I was given some food and water and told to rest. I sleep a lot in here. I slept for several hours. When I woke up, the room was dark. I was alone. Okay, let's do... I have too many choices for ambient sounds. Let's try this. Hopefully it's not too extreme. Okay. Okay, let's do this one instead. think of how to get this to something interesting happen. I was talking, I was alone. The door opened. The door to my room opened, and a group of lab coat wearing people walked in. One of them immediately joked. Wait, one of them immediately said to me, "So you're back again?" I had no distinct memory of this place. The other researchers laughed. Another researcher said, "Okay, shall we begin?" They gave me a small injection and then escorted me to another room. There are 4 beds, so many rooms. There are 4 beds in the room. I was told to lie down on one of the beds. 2 of the beds were occupied by other patients. Let's just see where it goes. They were both young women. One of them was crying and the other one seemed to be trying to comfort her. The researchers took turns asking me questions. After a while, they gave me another injection. So many injections. I looked over at the women and whispered, what are we doing here?" One of them responded with, "We're just getting our memories back." I was confused. I thought that I was supposed to be leaving. Instead, I was now in some kind of mental institution. I was lying down on a bed, and these people were taking away my memories. Interesting. It's catching on to earlier themes. I said, Do you wait, what's the last thing you remember?" I asked. "What's the last thing you remember?" The other patient replied, "I don't know, I've been here for months." I asked, "What is this place? Who are you?" One of the researchers interrupted and said, "Please calm down." I was getting upset at how vague everyone was being with me. I abruptly stood up from my bed and ran towards the door. Everyone around me was calm and didn't react to me trying to leave. I slowed down to a walk and continued down the vast hallway alone. I eventually reached a staircase. I climbed the stairs and exited the building. I was now outside. Well, that was easy. I was wearing the same clothes that I had worn the day before. I was amazed at how much time had passed since I first entered the facility. How long how long have I been asleep? I asked myself. I approached the front gate. Where I saw a long row of I saw the front gate where I saw something familiar. It was my car. I headed towards my car and tried opening the door. I headed towards my car, and to my surprise, I was able to get in. My keys were still in the car. I started it up and drove towards the exit. I felt like something was wrong. Nobody was trying to stop me. I saw a familiar road leading away from the facility. I had no other option other than to continue down the road. Let's see. I'm gonna wind down this story and try a new one after this. Turned on my headlights and started driving. I kept driving down the road, but realized I was heading in the opposite direction from home. I turned around and began driving back the way I came. I approached came. I felt relieved that I had finally made it home. I drove through the front gate, parked my car, and walked towards the back door. I walked up the stairs, down the hall, into an open door where a researcher stood with a clipboard and two women sitting side by side. Finally, time to get some sleep. It just ended there. Kind of an interesting twist, I guess. So, at the side of the road, Started out there, somewhere at night, blacked out, and found himself at the side of the road. Some officers pulled him over. Actually, I should just go back and see where the story was originally. What are you doing on this road? This is a restricted place. Are you kidding? Sounds strange, but I was actually leaving. I fell asleep for a moment and was heading back. And then I spent the night in the car, and then I ended up driving away. Spent the night in the car, and then windows fogged over, and then the person showed up and took me back to the facility. They did some things to me, and then I got upset and tried to leave the place, and then I found my car again, and then I left the facility, and then I felt the urge to go home, but then it turns out that the facility is my home. Wow. Incredible story. Title will be The Long Road Home. Incredible. Okay, now I'm gonna try to do a whole different story now. Okay, nice interface. Try something a little more on the paranormal side. Okay. How about spending the night in a creepy hotel? Just looking at the other ideas that I had. Oh, yeah, and then I know you're mentioning earlier that they have like, okay, AI models. Our strongest and newest model for cutting edge storytelling, they call UTERP. Level 2. Older versions of it. And then Sigurd. Our stronger and newer model for cutting edge. Wait, they're all stronger and cutting edge? Look at all these weeb characters. No. Genji, a new and improved version of our, Japanese storyteller. Huh. Trained to write Python code? Snek. Our older and weaker model from days gone by. Huh, that's cool that it lets you access all these. AI modules, the style of the generated text. So they have text adventure, Christmas themed, Valentine's theme, cross genre, writing styles, Arthur Conan Doyle, Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, Sheridan Le Fanu, pronounce it, Jules Verne, 19th century romance, action archaeology, airships, artificial intelligence, dark fantasy, dragons, Egypt, general fantasy, hunter-gatherer, magic academy, magic library. Oh, I forgot, this can also generate images at the same time. Mars, colonization, medieval, military, sci-fi, naval, age of discovery, pirates, post-apocalyptic, rats, romance of three kingdoms, superheroes, inspirations, crab, snail, and monkey, mercantile, wolf girl romance, excuse me, nerve gear, throne wars, witch at level cap, what? I have no idea. Okay, so the AI will better remember info placed here. Info here will strongly influence. So what are the difference between memory and author's note? Oh, I didn't quite understand that from the example that they had. Hmm. Okay, I think a hotel would have an interesting potential for more compartmentalized weird things because of the rooms of the hotel. It'd be more drastic changes in themes. I'll go that route. Is crab, snail, monkey supposed to be some weird version of Journey to the West? Maybe. Hello, Vlad. Welcome. Ow. It's hit my hand. It hurt. All of this. Current context. Add. Get a full view of what's sent. Oh my god. Actually lets you like take apart what is being sent to the AI and all this. Jeez. Banned tokens. What is this? Banned sequences of tokens being generated. Input regularly to automatically ban variants. Surround with curly braces to input exact text. Surround with square brackets to input token ID. My gosh, this is very comprehensive. Okay, so let's spend the night at a hotel. It'd be like the character from the previous story, and I'll just like sleep for 90% of the story. Some audio specific for this situation. Let's see if I can find it again. See, now I have too many tabs open of music. Okay, here. Isn't it some kind of like a writer's faux pas to start a story with I? Like, okay, you're gonna talk about yourself, but you shouldn't start with I was one, you know, I don't know. I just remember a writing teacher at some point, like, you avoid constant repetition of like, I went and did this, then I went and did that, I was like this, I went and did it. Like, just starting your sentence, I guess, over and over with I is like bad form. No, I'm so not a writer. I mean, as if the AI even cares, or anyone cares in this case. Okay. My vacation was nearly over. It wasn't a particularly interesting vacation. I was just glad to finally have a distraction from my mundane day-to-day life. Unfortunately, unfortunately child. You know that AI-generated media is copyright-free according to US law. Really? I wonder if it's just such a new thing that it's yet to become like overtly a problem, that people haven't started writing laws for it yet. Okay, unfortunately, I was very reckless in my spending. There was barely enough money in my wallet to pay for gas on the trip back home. It was very late at night and I didn't want to drive back in the dark, so I located the cheapest hotel I could find. My friends always recommended always recommended against my friends always recommended against all that evil knocking, how dare you. Always recommended against I can't think of the word, like renting? Or against renting out the cheapest place possible. But these were desperate times. I was ready. Wait. I just need a good night's sleep. Yeah, maybe this is enough information. I'll just so I can get started in the right place. The weather it had begun raining so hard that I could barely see the old hotel at the end of the road. There was only one other car in the parking lot, which was a bit alarming, but all I could think about was getting sleep. I was getting to sleep. I stepped out into the rain, but about into the rain, and immediately a light. Immediately, one of the room windows lit up with a silhouette of someone standing there. Someone standing in front of him. Oh, hello, Hobo Noah, welcome. Okay, AI. Keep forgetting there's an AI that's supposed to be doing this here. I froze in shock as I recognized who it was. Oh God, I whispered. The person turned around and began walking away. Wait, I called out. I ran after him, but he disappeared into the rain without even looking back. But they're in a room. Without even looking back. I didn't give it a second thought. I approached the front desk and rang the bell. A man appeared at the door. He looked like an older version of myself, maybe 40 years old or so. His hair was slicked down, and his suit was slightly wrinkled. He wore a large smile. Could I get a room for the night? I asked. The man chuckled. You're not from around here, are you? Well, don't worry, we'll take care of you. He gave me a key and told me where to go. As I walked down the hall, I heard some giggling coming from a nearby room. I quickly turned the lights off and went to bed. I woke up and wait, whoa, we're not gonna get to sleep that easy. Not even 5 minutes into sleep, into my sleep, I was already awakened yet again by giggling in a nearby room. What is, like, who's making that noise? I asked myself. I slowly opened the door to investigate. I'm gonna have to edit this. I slowly opened the door to investigate and saw a woman sitting on her bed. She was wearing nothing but a black lace bra and panties. Okay. Hair. This AI is so damn horny. Oh my god. I opened the door to investigate and saw a woman sitting on her bed. She looked emotionally vacant. Sorry to bother you, I said. Oops, sorry to bother you. I said. But have you been hearing strange giggling sounds? I know question mark quotation period isn't correct, but whatever. She didn't say anything, just stared blankly at me. I'm sorry if this is a weird question, I continued, but do you know why there are so many people here? Wait, but do you know why there are so few people here? It's changing the subject. The woman sat up straight and replied, "We've all gone insane." Her voice sounded robotic, as if she had no emotions. There used to be many more people here, but now... I wasn't sure how to react to this information. Was this a joke? Okay, I get it. This place isn't exactly the highest of quality. And I expected some weird people to be here, but do you really have to try to scare me? I exclaimed. You're scared? She asked. Of course I am. You can't seriously expect me to stay here, right? You don't have to stay here, he responded. I already paid for the night, and honestly, that was my last dollar. I don't have a choice, I said. Then I'll show you the way out, she said. What do you mean? Follow me. She stood up and began walking down the hallway. How do I know you aren't going to kill me? I said with a worried smile. I promise I won't hurt you, she said. I followed her out of the hotel and into the pouring rain. We walked for quite some time, till finally we came upon a wooden fence. Wait a minute. Where are we going? I'm very tired. I don't have time for this. I have a flight to catch in the morning. My ship sails in the morning. Okay. God. Trust me, she said. I reluctantly followed her through the fence and into a small forest. It was very dark and the rain made it impossible to see anything. Alright, we're gonna have to transition the music into... Because apparently we're going into the forest now. Come on, YouTube. I swear this ambience better not have some like loud ass like wolf howl or something that deafens everybody. Gets kind of quiet. Oh, it's raining though too. Okay, whatever. It's just raining lightly. It was very dark. And the rain made it impossible to see anything. Oh. Where are we? Let's keep going. This is where I live, she replied. What? How did you get here? I asked. I'm a witch. Witches are able to travel anywhere they want. Okay. Why were you at the hotel then? Oops. Because I wanted to see you. Why would you want to see me? Because you look like my brother. You have a brother? Okay. But because you look like my brother. I wasn't sure how to react to this. So I laughed it off and kept following her. Can you please tell me what's going on? No, she said. Look, I don't have time for this. I have a flight to catch tomorrow morning. I really need to get some sleep. I wonder who wrote that. You're not leaving until you learn the truth, she said. Fine, fine, I'll listen. What's the truth? I asked. There's a war between the witches and the demons. Okay. Go on, I said. It has been going on for thousands of years and will continue to go on until one side wins. One day, the witches will win, and the demons will be completely wiped out. So, what does this have to do with me? I asked. So hello, Master Mudkips, welcome. The witches are trying to recruit humans to help them in their fight. They want you to join us. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I'm just a regular guy, and I don't want to be involved with any of this. Then you must die, she said. What? I yelled. You must die. Your death will ensure our victory. But I'm not a witch. I'm a human. Is there another... Please don't harm me. My day has been bad enough already. Oh. Then your death will make it better. Please, I beg you, don't do this. Do what? She asked. Kill me, I said. Short memory. That's not a problem. You'll feel nothing, she said. No, I don't want to... Okay. That's not a problem. You'll feel nothing. However, I'm going to start altering the timeline. However... there is another way you can help me that won't involve doing you harm. She continued. What is it? I asked. I want you to help me find my brother. I haven't seen him in a long time and I'm worried sick about him. If you help me, I'll spare you. Things were oddly starting to make sense. I still have no reason to believe that this whole witch and demon war has any basis in reality, but I feel bad for this woman, and me looking like her brother must have brought back some bad memories. Alright, I'll help you find your brother. What should I do? Just follow me, she said. I followed her into the woods. The rain had stopped and it was beginning to get lighter outside. I couldn't see much in the darkness, but I could hear a faint light coming from somewhere ahead. Where are we going? I asked. To my house. What kind of house is it? I asked. A magical house. I wasn't sure what to say to that, so I kept quiet. I was surprised to see that the trees were beginning to thin out and a path before me was becoming visible. Suddenly, I noticed something odd. The trees were beginning to bend in a certain direction. I realized they were bending towards the house. What's happening? I asked. Nothing that concerns you, he said. As we got closer, I could clearly see the house. It was a large two-story home with a giant wooden floor. The roof was covered in ivy, and there were several bushes in the front door. Let's keep going. The door itself was painted black. To turn black, or whatever. Okay. And the wood was smooth. It was beautiful. I couldn't help but stare at it. Wow, I said. Come inside, she said. In before this turns into porn. Again. I hesitantly walked towards the door and pushed it open. The house was surprisingly warm and the air smelled fresh. Are you sure this is safe? I asked. Of course it's safe. As long as you only do what I tell you to do, she warned. What if I want to leave? Then you can leave whenever you want, she said. I'm not sure I understand, I replied. I'll explain everything when we get inside. I followed her inside and she showed me to a bedroom. Go to sleep, she said. Why? I asked. Because you're exhausted. You need the rest. That actually makes sense in the story because that was the original point of going to the hotels because he was tired, and so this AI is actually being really coherent. I never felt more wide awake given these strange circumstances. But I wasn't about to give up a chance to sleep, even if it meant being in a stranger's, or even being in a witch's creepy home in the woods. I lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Oh, interesting. There's like a passage of time thing. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a different room. I was all alone and looked around to see where I was. There was a large window in the far wall, and I could see a gorgeous view of the ocean. I sat up and looked around the room. It was extremely modern, and there were several chairs surrounding a table. Wait. I have exactly the right audio for this situation. Whoops. Hello? Are you still here? How did I get here? I shouted into the empty room, hoping the woman I met was around still. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the curtains. You're finally awake. Oh, you're awake, she said. Did you enjoy your nap? Yes, thank you. Why did you bring me here? I asked. To talk, she replied. About what? I asked. Your brother. My brother? Where is he? What happened to him? My brother, let me modify this. My brother, I thought we were looking for your brother. He's my brother too, she said. What? I don't understand. You look just like him. My brother and I are twins. Wait. Wait a minute. Are you my sister? I was an only child, I said, confused. No, you're my brother, she said. How do you know that? Because I'm a witch? I can tell by your aura. I don't understand. Okay, I'll just roll with it. When I found you, I sensed that you were related to me. That's why I brought you here. So how do we... Okay, let's progress this a bit. Let's just deal with the fact that she's not my sister, but I'm her brother. Somehow. Okay. About that witch and demon war you mentioned last night. Who are these demons? Am I the demons? I asked. You're not the demons, you're a human. However, the demons are real and they're trying to kill us. Why would they do that? Because we're witches. Okay, I'll just have to trust you on that one. Where do we go from here? First, we have to get you ready. Then we'll begin training. Training, I asked. Yes, you have to become strong enough to protect yourself from the demons. Is this a beginning to an RPG? I don't think I can do that. You will be trained by me, and I promise that you will be stronger than any demon. What makes you so sure? I said. Because I'm a witch. Alright, I guess I'll trust you on that one, I said. Good. Now what do we do first? Yes, it's turning into a young adult novel. It really is. What do you mean? I asked. You have a lot of negative energy inside you, which is preventing you from becoming strong. Honestly, you're right. Things have never gone well for me. I was at the lowest point in my life before I went on this vacation. The vacation didn't go so well, and my terrible spending habits caused me to empty my bank account during the trip. Going back home would be far worse for me than spending time here with you learning to fight demons with witchcraft. I've never said that phrase in my life. That's unfortunate, but I'm glad you're willing to learn, she said. Alright, let's start cleaning your energy, she said. Let me turn this down a bit. We're by the ocean still, remember. She began chanting in a foreign language, and I felt myself getting warmer. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. Suddenly I felt a strange heat rush through my body. I started to sweat profusely. What's happening? I asked. I'm cleansing your energy, she replied. I don't understand. I've never experienced anything like this before. It's normal. This is the first step in becoming strong, she said. I opened my eyes and saw her smiling. This is good, she said. Is it? Yes, it's very good. I felt a wave of energy shoot through my body and I began to sweat even more. Suddenly I heard a loud popping sound and I fell to the ground. What's happening? You're becoming stronger, she said. I tried to get up, but I couldn't move. I can't move. I'm so... can't move. Is this normal? I said. It's perfectly normal, she replied. Can you please help me? I asked. Sorry, but I can't. I tried to get up again, but I couldn't. Please help, I screamed. I'm sorry, but I can't. I tried to scream again, but all that came out was a soft moan. My eyelids became heavy, and I felt myself losing consciousness again. See where that goes. The next day, I woke up feeling refreshed. I looked around and saw the same beautiful scenery that I had seen when I arrived. Where am I? I asked. You're in the magic realm, she replied. A magic realm? Yes, this is where witches come from. But how did I get here? I brought you here, he replied. Why? Because you need to be cleansed. Why did I need to be cleansed? Because you were tainted with negativity. It's like my character is so dumb and the AI is aware that he's dumb. And it's like the AI and the witch are like on the same side. It's like oddly surreal how this is like playing out. Right. The negative energy thing. Come to think of it, I don't like I've never felt so good before. Is this what it's like being a witch? I asked. Yes, this is what it's like being a witch, she said. So does this mean I'm a witch now? Yes, you are now a witch. Alright. Well, I guess that's great, I said. But you still have a long way to go, she added. I guess I have no choice but to keep going, then. You have no choice at all. Going to be a witch, aren't I? Yes, you are now a witch. And you're going to teach me? Oh my god, okay. Yes, I'm going... okay, let's... I was still struggling to believe any of this was actually happening. Okay, where are the demons? I'm ready to fight some demons. I said excitedly. They won't come near you until you've been properly trained. What do you mean by properly trained? I asked. I'll explain later. I don't understand. Why won't they come near me? You're still too weak. I don't understand. I feel fine now. Not yet. You need to train more. So how do I... Okay. My witch friend... Wait. While I struggled to make sense of what she sees in me, while I was struggling to make sense of what use I could be in this war, I suddenly, things suddenly took a, change, take a shift, and suddenly took a turn for the worst. What's wrong? I asked. There's a demon coming, she said. A demon? What's a demon doing here? Don't worry. Good job, AI. Don't worry, I'll handle it, she said. She began chanting again, and I felt another surge of energy flow through my body. Suddenly I could move again. What happened? I asked. You're now stronger than any demon. It's that easy. Thank goodness, I said. Suddenly the demon appeared in front of us. You're dead, it yelled. And you're going to die, she yelled back. You're not as powerful as me, it yelled. Oh really? Let's find out, she replied. You can't beat me, it screamed. Watch me. Is this an anime? Watch me, she replied. You're dead, it said. Not yet, she replied. Suddenly, she struck it with a lightning bolt. The demon fell to the ground, and she kicked it over and over again. Finally, she stood up and turned towards me. Are you alright? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Is killing demons really that easy? I asked. It's as easy as you think, she said. Oh, I'm just kidding. That was awesome, I said. It's not as easy as you think. These are demons are trying to kill us. Why? Let me guess. Because you're witches? Let's see. Because we're witches. Okay, I get it. But why are they after you specifically? I asked. Because I am the strongest witch. So you're saying they want to kill you because you're the most powerful witch? Oh my god. This is like a Seinfeld episode. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Then why don't they just kill you? Because I'm their leader. Okay, we don't need that twist. I'm gonna try to wind down the story so we can go in a new direction. Okay, how could this... how could we take this into a conclusive direction? Okay, one last twist. The witch suddenly had a distraught... Oh my god, how do you spell distraught? E-I... Oh my god, A... God, English sucks. had a distraught expression on her face. She stood very close to me, locked eyes. And said, "I'm afraid of death." "I see," I said. "I'm afraid of dying." "I understand." "I'm afraid of everything." Okay, let me edit this a little bit. "I'm afraid of dying." She said, "I understand." There's something very important that you need to know, she added. "What is it?" "I can't tell you not yet." Okay, no. Let's try that again. "What's that?" "I'm a witch, but I'm also a human," she said. "What does that mean?" I asked. "I'm not immortal." Okay, this is coherent. Immortal. What happens when... Wait. If you are only half a witch, what happens if you die? I asked. "I die," she replied. "But how can you be a witch and a human at the same time? I can't explain it. I'm sorry." Alright. This has got to... I'm going to bump this up to 11. And... putting something up to 11 in my terms is like a 3 in other people's terms, so... I'll say, out of the corner... Wait, out of the corner... Wait. Yeah. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a peculiarly shaped mirror on the wall. I approached it and found that out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a peculiarly shaped mirror on the wall. I approached it and noticed that I no longer recognized my own reflection. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. "Get away from there!" the witch shouted, while grabbing my arm and pulling me away from the mirror. "You don't know the power you're messing with," she added. Suddenly. I need to figure out a synonym for suddenly, so I'm not using the same word. Instantaneously. Pictures taken instantaneously. You don't know the power you're messing with," she added. Suddenly, the hideous figure in the mirror jumped out without warning. Yeah, that's a good one. Suddenly, the hideous figure in the mirror jumped out of the mirror. and grabbed the witch. And grabbed onto the witch. She began chanting she began frantically chanting in an unknown language. But her voice was overshadowed, was drowned out by an immense screaming of this horrible figure. No, not now. Not like this, she shouted, looking in my direction. Do something. Anything. I ran towards her and... Alright, I ran towards her and... That's what it says. Threw a fireball at the demon. The demon was blown away, but she was still screaming in pain. I'm sorry, I shouted. I told you, stay away from that mirror. I didn't know, I shouted. That's not an excuse, she screamed. I'm sorry, I shouted. I can't take it. Okay. I shouted again. She was being pulled inside the mirror. I ran over and grabbed her hand, frantically trying to pull her back. My hands instantly burned and causing me to fall back on the floor. The mirror the mirror turned a dark stony gray color. The room fell silent. They were gone. What happened? I asked. No, okay, good, no. It's over. No. Okay. The witch and the demon were both gone. I lay on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't move. I tried to call out to the witch, but my throat was parched and nothing came out. I felt as though I had lost everything. I was alone in this world and I didn't know how to survive. No. I didn't know how to survive. I decided that I had no choice but to return to the hotel. I slowly got up and made my way out of the witch's home. I walked along the beach and sat down on a large rock. I stared out under the ocean, thinking about what had just happened. I remembered the witch's words, "I'm afraid of death." Was she really afraid of death, or was she trying to manipulate me? Was she telling the truth? I wasn't sure anymore. Oh, how can I, I don't want to just write the end. I want the AI to figure out a way to end this and not keep it going. Okay, so he's thinking about telling the truth. Okay. I saw my car in the parking lot. Jeez, this is like the other story. Parking lot. Oh wait, when I made it to the parking lot, I recognized my car, but there was no more hotel. The lot was empty, without a trace of anything having been there. There was no sign of life anywhere. I walked around the area hoping to find someone else, but I couldn't find anyone. Started walking... Okay. I decided to get into my car and drive back. Oh, I decided to get into my car. I have a flight to catch. I reminded myself. As I was getting to the driver's seat, I noticed something on the ground next to my car. It was a small silver key. I picked it up and looked at it closely. That must be a clue, I thought. I looked around for any other clues, but I couldn't find any. I looked at the key again. It had a symbol engraved on it that resembled the letter M. I tried turning my hand, but it didn't seem to... Wait, tried turning it in my hand, but it didn't seem to fit any of the locks of my car. I decided to take it with me anyway. Wow, is this what it's like having writer's block? I know a lot of people just have the AI just do like 95% of the story, but like... Try to... you know what? Let's just do this. Maybe someday I'll learn where this key came from. But not today. I set it aside and, oh god, I'll hate myself for this, and drove off into the sunset. Wait, the sunrise. Okay, well, that's a boring ending, but I'll title it, gotta title it once you finish it. Between Two Worlds. Wow. I'll just do a really quick review of what all happened here. Um, guy's on vacation. He spent a lot of money. He was broke. It was his last day of the vacation, so he wanted to find a hotel, but he found the cheapest one possible. He went into the place and was taken to his room. He heard a bunch of weird giggling down the hallway, so he opened up. But uh, he got, oh, wow, the end of the story actually is kind of coherent now that I look back. Because when he went to the front desk, he was given a key to the hotel room. And then at the end of the story, he finds a key on the ground before he gets in the car. Oh my god, it actually kind of makes sense. Okay, he got the key here in the beginning. He tried to go to sleep. He heard another noise. He went into a random room and he saw a woman sitting on her bed, and he's like, have you been hearing these sounds? And she didn't say anything, and she just had a vacant expression. And he says, sorry, this is a weird question, but why are there so few people here? She said, we've all gone insane. She said, there used to be people here, but now I wasn't sure how to react to this. And he was kind of afraid, and she's like, you're scared? And he's like, of course I am. And she's like, you don't have to stay here. And then she brings him out into the woods, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, where are we going? I don't have time for this. She said, just trust me. Wait, when was it introduced that she's a witch? Did I miss that part? Show you the way out. How do I know you aren't going to kill me? I promise I won't hurt you, she said. Just trust me as you go through the woods. Where are we? This is where I live. How did I get here? Why were you at the hotel? And then she says, because I wanted to see you. Why would you want to see me? Because you look like my brother. Look, I don't have time for this. And she said, you're not leaving until you learn the truth. Fine, I'll listen. What is the truth? I asked. There is a war between the witches and the demons. It has been going on for thousands of years and will continue until one side wins. One day the witches will win, and then the demons will be completely wiped out. What does that have to do with me? I asked. The witches are trying to recruit humans. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I'm just a regular guy. And then she said, then you must die. Then you must die. Die. What? I yelled. You must die. Your death will ensure our victory. But I'm not a witch. I'm human. Okay. And then she trains him, and he gets really sweaty and passes out to flush out the negative energy that's in him. He wakes up and he's in a different place. And the demon shows up, and she kills the demon, but then he sees a mirror in her house, and then she's like, no, don't look at the mirror. And then a demon comes out of the mirror and grabs her and pulls her away, and he tries to help her, but then before that, she tells him that she's afraid of death, that she's actually half human and half witch, and that's why she's afraid of death, is because she can die, apparently witches can't. Full witches. And then she gets pulled into the mirror, and then the mirror turns to stone, and he's sealed away forever. And then the guy's kind of depressed because he feels like, wow, this was happening. He suddenly had like a sense of purpose, because of all the negativity in his life. And then he returns back to his car, and it turns out that the hotel was never there to begin with. It's just his car sitting in the parking lot. And then just as he was getting into the car, he finds a key on the ground, and he picks it up, and he's like, oh, I got a flight to get to, and he takes the key and drives away into the sunset. Whew. What a story, Mark. Actually way more coherent than I thought it was gonna be. Alright, no more ocean sounds. Let's try to do something a lot different. Okay, what do I have? I want to see how well it knows the Half-Life series, and I might have to do some hand-holding blush emoji. No, with I might do to help the AI along if it doesn't get details right, but let's see. Oh no, I guess I'm technically writing Half-Life fan fiction. Let me get a drink of water real quick. Okay. And I just so happen to have Half-Life Alyx City Ambient. 10 hours. Oh no, it's a version with music? I just want the city ambience for now. Where's the other one? Here we go. Nice, we got the Overwatch voice and everything going on in the background. Action team authorized. Assemble. Alright. What direction do I want this to go? Or who am I? What am I? Oh, I just noticed it's quite a bit more people here. I appreciate you all watching. I'm not leaving. I'm just appreciative. All of you might be, you know, Elden Ringed out. So hopefully this is a little bit of a break. Actually, I bet like more than half of you are probably playing Elden Ring right now while the stream's open. Who knows? All right. You wish you were playing Elden Ring? Yeah. Okay, I want this story to be something that is uniquely Half-Life and not just generic sci-fi things. So, okay, how about this? I'm sure no Half-Life fanfiction has ever thought of doing this before, but instead of being in City 17, what if we were in City 18? Welcome to City 18. A voice exclaimed over a loudspeaker as the train rolled into the station. I felt excited to finally arrive at the city center. The portal storms had wreaked R-E-A-K... Oh, W-R-E... God, English sucks. Wreaked? Havoc on my family's farm. And sadly, I was the only one able to make it out alive. Acquiring a relocation coupon to City 18 was not easy. Apparently the city is set to be completely walled off by the end of the week, and this was the last train to make it through. Okay. Oh my god, snow plows are going by. In real life, they're so loud. Appreciate what they do though. Okay, only one to make it out alive. Acquiring relocation. Apparently, the city is set to be completely walled off by the end of the week, and I was among the last to make it through. My 2 bags contained everything left of my old life, and my old life. They were all I have left. As I got off the train, I couldn't help but notice a cart stacked to the ceiling with luggage. I panicked for a moment, realizing that civil protection were stripping us of our possessions right out of the gate. I couldn't bear to lose what's left of my own identity. I suddenly formulated a plan. Okay, I might need to be more explicit that this is in Half-Life. I don't know if it's gonna catch on to the fact. City, I think I might need to mention more. Okay, welcome to City 18. Dr. Breen exclaimed over the loudspeaker. Finally, excited. Arrive at the urban center. The portal storms wreak havoc on my family's farm. Sadly, I was the only one able to make it out alive. Acquiring a relocation coupon in City 18 was not easy. Apparently the city is set to be completely walled off by the end of the week. I was among the last to make it through. My 2 bags contained everything left in my old life. They were all I have left. As I got off the train, I couldn't help but notice a cart stacked to the ceiling with luggage. I panicked for a moment, realizing that civil protection were stripping us of our possessions right out of the gate. I couldn't bear to lose what's left of my own identity. Suddenly formulated a plan. Alright, let's just see what happens. Oh, I bet I could make this more explicitly Half-Life if I fill some of this information over here. Memory. The AI will remember info placed here. I grew up on a farm. And how does this work again? I wish it had the little help bubbles on here like it had in the tutorial. That would be really nice. Add to... wait. Authors... You know what? Let's just see where it goes. I'll tailor it more once it goes on. I suddenly formulated a plan. I darted up to the top of the pile and grabbed an unclaimed bag and tossed it down in front of... Okay, wait. That doesn't make sense. I waited until the cart was empty before I grabbed the handle and started pulling. The train wasn't crowded, so I didn't think anyone would bother me after... Wait. Okay. I needed to get past the security checkpoint with my bags. If they knew what I was carrying with me, I surely would be killed on the spot. My bag would contain my clothes and toiletries. Nothing else mattered after... Made it through without incident when I determined I headed straight for the exit. How can I make this more... Alright. Before I could think of a plan, a scanner robot flew up to me and snapped a photo blinding me. I heard radio chatter coming from the nearby civil protection officers. One officer approached me, but before he got close, I ran in the opposite direction. Okay, I'm not sure how long I managed to run for, but eventually I stopped and caught my breath. I turned around to see where I was. The station was huge. I looked down and saw an elevated walkway stretched out into the distance. Okay. I didn't have time to time. I didn't have time to assess the danger. And walked straight across the ominous metal walkway. It seemed safe enough, so I continued walking until I reached a door leading into the city. I opened the door and entered the darkness of the tunnel. I walked along the dark corridor. I kept thinking about my bags. Is it really worth keeping these with me? Is it worth losing my life over? Is a question I continued to ask myself. Despite the danger, I walked down into the darkness. I reached a dead end, and then noticed a small hatch leading further underground. I pushed open the hatch and found myself in a large room. There was no sign of any civil protection officers or anything else for that matter. Let me thesaurus real quick. Okay. All of the sudden? It's always such a weird phrase. Screw it, I'll just use suddenly again. Suddenly, a plainclothes person entered the room. Once our eyes met, they leapt back in surprise. How did you get in here? I asked. Are there other ways out? The man shook his head. No, this is the only way in or out. Wait, okay. How did you get here? I asked. Are there other ways out? He responded. How did I get here? How did you get here? I'm in trouble, I said. I escaped the checkpoint and didn't have any other choice but to come up here. What is this place? This is the lowest level of City 18. Good job, AI. It's the safest place to hide out in the event of an emergency. We've been monitoring your situation closely. We are prepared to offer you asylum. You've been monitoring me? Why? I asked. Because you're a threat to the city. You know too much about the way things work. We need to keep you away from the people who are trying to take control of City 18. Okay, I'll roll with it. You will be safe here and you'll be given the opportunity to learn more about the city, he replied. I was surprised to hear that. What do you mean by take control? Who exactly are you? We're the citizens of City 18. We have a plan to reclaim the city from the corrupt government. This is why we must protect you. How can I trust you? I asked. If you want to retake the city, then you should be helping me escape. We cannot help you escape. Your presence is too dangerous to the people who are trying to take control of the city. Let's just keep going. However, we will teach you everything you need to know to get back to the city. In before this guy's a witch. That's not good enough, I shouted. I don't care about taking back the city, I just want to go home. Wait, I don't care about... But his home is gone. Okay, I don't care about taking back the city. Honestly, some stability in my life is all I really want, even with the looming threat of the Combine. Roll credits. Don't worry about the Combine. They won't bother you anymore. Just focus on learning about the city. You'll be a valuable asset to the people of City 18. But I'm not going to join you, I said. I just want to go home. The only way to leave this place is if you pass our tests. If you fail, you will be executed. Excuse me? But I thought you valued me. Why do I have to be tested? I asked. You're a threat to the city. We need to know what you're capable of. Only then will we know if you can be trusted. Why don't you let me... Why don't you just let me go? I asked. I don't know what tense we're in anymore. It's not that simple. You were allowed to leave. You'd expose our secret. Our enemies are watching us very carefully. If they found out you were hiding here, they would immediately send a squad to hunt you down. Alright, let's move on to the next subject. How about... the man showed me to a room where I could stay. I dropped my bags on the bed, still trying to grasp the magnitude of what I had done. I was never one to get myself into trouble with the law, but what even is law anymore? Deep. It still confuses me why my new friend ... saw me as a valuable asset, yet still a critical danger. To them. Hello there, Bark. Long time no see. Yet still a critical danger to them. I heard a knock at my door. I opened to find another plainclothes person standing there. I'm here to take you to your first test. Wow, AI is really good. Test? What kind of test? I asked. It's nothing to worry about. We'll show you once we get there. I followed him down the stairs and then through a maze of hallways until we arrived at a small room. Inside was a table with 3 chairs. The man sat in one of the chairs and motioned for me to sit in the second chair. Before we begin, I want to tell you that this test is very important to us. It will determine whether or not you're fit to live in City 18. If you fail, you will be executed. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, I said with a very concerned tone. Good. Now, take off your shirt. Oh no, AI, please. I hesitated for a moment, but I figured I had little to lose. I took off my shirt and handed it to him. Take off your pants. Okay. AI, how about you keep it in your pants? Take off my shirt and handed it to him. The man walked towards me and pointed to the tattoo that I had on my left arm. He whispered something to his colleague. They both nodded and wrote something down. What's the problem? I asked. Oops. I asked. You're infected with a virus. You must be treated before you can continue the rest of the test. A virus, I asked. What kind of virus? Okay, I'm not going to settle for we can't tell you. The tattoo that you have... Wait. Do you remember why you were given that tattoo? He asked me. Yeah, it was to prevent me from being identified, I replied. Good, that means you're smart enough to realize that we can't allow anyone to know who you are. Is this turning into like a Last of Us crossover now? No. The tattoo was given to me amidst the chaos of the portal storms on my family's ranch, or my family's farm. I suddenly recalled a situation where I thought I was receiving medical aid from the injuries sustained during the fight. I didn't think twice that maybe they had secretly done tests on me as well. Heard of a tabletop RPG called Torg? No, what's that about? Maybe it had secretly done tests on me as well. There was a moment in my life where I have to admit that there was a moment in my during my there's a moment long ago where I had direct contact with some of the alien forms. I was Scratch. I explained to them. Then you've been infected with the same virus that caused the outbreak on Earth. Unfortunately, there isn't much time. We need to treat you now or you'll be dead within the next few days. So either I go through their tests and am executed if I don't pass, or I live out the rest of my life with the virus and die. So I have some pretty, I have like, you know, a wide variety of choices here. Well, that sounds cool, Max. Well, another may take on the identity of horror, cyberpunk kind of, huh. Alright. Do you have the resources to treat it? Is it really going to be a problem? I asked. Yes, it is a problem, but we have a cure for it. Cure, I asked. What does that mean? It means we have the ability to remove the virus from your body. I agreed to go through with the curing process. They led me to another room, this time one covered with an alarming amount of blood. They led me to what looked like a repurposed dentist's chair with leather straps, leather wrist straps, and a neck brace. Is this cure going to hurt? I asked. I'm not feeling so good about this. Don't worry, it won't hurt. In fact, you'll feel better than ever after you're cured. They strapped me in, and I could hear a buzzing sound coming from somewhere. Uh-oh. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. A moment later, I felt my head start to tingle. I felt a warm sensation, another one of these, spreading throughout my body. When I opened my eyes, I saw a blurry figure standing in front of me. Okay, I have to do this. The man was dressed in a dark blue suit with a purple tie. The time felt as if it was holding still. The mysterious man had a very raspy voice. raspy voice and wavering tone. Time? He said. Wait. No, maybe I should have something original that he says. Or I'll start something and let the AI. Actually, I'll just let the AI just do what it does. Here we go. Oh, no. This must be a particularly troubling situation for you, he said. Who are you? I asked. My identity is not important and never will be. I'm here to warn you about unforeseen consequences. He said with a sullen tone. Unforeseen consequences? I asked. Yes, unforeseen consequences. Do you know what those are? No, what are they? Those are the consequences that you don't expect to happen. Okay. How does... A portal appeared in the void and he stepped through. Portal appeared in the void and he stepped through. I was now sitting in complete darkness with no awareness of my surroundings. A distant... I could hear a distant voice. Wake up, the voice said. I think he's coming back, another one said. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Come on, wake up, the voice said. I opened my eyes and I found myself in the room where I was originally taken. I looked around to find several more people in the room than before. How long was I out? I asked. Just a few minutes. You passed your first test. I looked down at my arm and noticed that my tattoo was gone. Did you remove the virus? I asked. Wow, good job, AI. Yes, the cure has been successful. You'll be able to move freely around the city without fear of the virus spreading. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Where are my bags? Oh my god, AI, you're doing so good. Where did they go? I asked. You don't need them anymore. What do you mean? The virus spread throughout your body. You'll be unable to reproduce. This is actually somewhat canon with Half-Life. quite a segue, though. Where are my bags? Oh, you can't reproduce anymore. I sat there shocked for a moment. I wouldn't want to bring a child into this kind of world anyway, I said. Not like you have a choice. The Combine have ensured that we will be the last generation. At least they think we will be. One of the men said. I was sent back to my room. Alright, AI, get ready for this one. On my bed were my 2 bags from earlier. I decided that I will just have to settle for this being my new life. There's no turning back. I opened my first bag, and inside it was a small metal box. Wait, okay. It's a small metal box. What's this? I asked myself. I opened the box and found a white card with a holographic picture of a woman on it. I read it. Welcome to City 18. Make sure to read this card thoroughly before using the city, before entering the city. I have no memory of packing this box. How did this get here? I'm already in the city, so it's much too late. So is it already too late? I continued reading the card. It said, oh, hello there. Genius Thenic? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello, and thank you for following a while back. I continued to read the card. It said, as a new citizen of City 18, you're required to follow the following rules. All citizens must abide by the laws set forth by the City Council. Citizens must respect the rights of other citizens. This doesn't sound very Combine-like. This was beginning to sound a little suspicious. All that I've heard about the Combine are that they have no concern for our rights. I continued reading the card. 3. You are prohibited from any form of violence. 4. You are prohibited from entering into any illegal business. 5. You are prohibited from having any contact with the Combine. Well, what if they come in contact with me? I couldn't help but laugh a little at this list. My eyes were, however, my eyes were drawn to a small symbol. Wait, hold on, my eyes were drawn. Wait. No. I couldn't help but laugh at this list. Upon closer inspection, small pencil marks could be seen circling letters throughout the list. I knew this had to be some kind of code. I reached into my bag and grabbed a pen and paper. I wrote down each of the letters. Seen in the list. They spelled out Whoa. No, okay. I looked down at my notepad and saw that the letters formed the words legalize all the crimes. I put down the pen and began to ponder the meaning of these words. Was this really a code? Could this possibly be some kind of warning? I heard the usual knock on my door. The man stepped in and saw me holding the metal box. He looked concerned. "Are you alright?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," I replied. He walked over to me and held out his hand. I placed the box in his hand and he opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a handwritten note. And it read, "If you are reading this and you have successfully completed your first test, congratulations, you now be getting ready to begin your second test." Man, these guys are clever. Holy fuck. Okay. Wait a minute. You put this box in my bag? I asked. "Yes, I did," he said. "Why?" "We needed to make sure that you weren't carrying anything that would harm the city. We don't want to risk contaminating the environment with any viruses. But thankfully, we successfully removed the virus from your body." actual science. I was a little perplexed by this testing process, but it wasn't like I had any... it wasn't like I had any other choice. Like, the tenses were speaking in here all over the place. Like I had any other choice. Okay, what's my final test? I asked the man. You'll find out soon enough, he said. I woke up the next morning with a splitting headache. My mouth tasted terrible, like I had been chewing on dirt for hours. I tried to get up from my bed, but my body was completely numb. I was paralyzed. I couldn't even lift my head off the pillow. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a dry croak. I managed to catch a glimpse at where my tattoo used to be. It was now right. It was now. It was now. Wait. My skin in that area was very discolored and bruised looking. What did they do to me? I thought to myself, still unable to move. I wrote used to me. Where did I say that? What was my final? I have to catch a glimpse of where my tattoo. Oh, used to be. Luckily, it lets you correct stuff. I wonder if how that will affect things. Thank you, though. I felt someone come into the room, kneel beside my bed. I heard the person whisper, "Wake up." I tried to open my eyes. Oh, wait, wake up. Okay. I was already awake, locking eyes with them, yet they continued to tell me to wake up. I felt very confused. What happened to me? I asked. Your first test has been successful. What? I asked. You're cured. I sat up in my bed and looked. No. What happened to me? Let me alter history a little bit. What happened to me? I asked. This is the final test, he said. I finally realized that I was seeing a different man than before. He wore the same dark blue suit and purple tie, but he seemed older and wiser. His face was wrinkled and lined with age. Let's keep going. What do you mean? I asked. You failed the first test, which means you're no... Wait. What do you mean? You failed the first test, which means you are no longer allowed to live in City 18. You are to be executed? Wait a minute. What do you mean? I asked. How can I complete this test? I'm unable to move. That's why you have to listen carefully, he said. I'm going to give you a list of instructions. And you have to follow them exactly, or you'll fail the test. I tried to ask him what he meant by this, but he cut me off. Listen carefully. You must walk to the door and open it. Once you're outside, turn around and look at the building behind you. Once the man left the room, suddenly I regained control of my body. I quietly left my room, headed down stairs and out the side door. I left the building. Once I was outside, I looked behind me. I looked behind me at the large building. It looked almost identical to the one I lived in. I turned around and began walking toward the building. So far, so good, I thought to myself. I reached the door and opened it. I stepped out into the cold air. Okay, now it's getting weird. So far so good, I thought to myself. Oh yeah, retry. The man from the night before was waiting for me. Go inside, he said. I entered the room and saw that it was completely empty. It looked like it hadn't been used for quite some time. No! Wait, go back, undo. That was a good one. I reached to open. It has an undo feature. Good job, novel AI. As soon as I did, I felt a rush of cold air. I reached the door and opened it. As soon as I did, I felt a rush of cold air. I stepped out onto the sidewalk and looked up. I was standing in front of a massive skyscraper. I looked around me, trying to take everything in. The structure was almost sacred in nature. It was taller than anything I've ever seen before. So tall that the top disappeared into the clouds. All kinds of alien-looking aircraft seemed to enter and exit various entry points around it. Is this what I think it is? I asked the man. It's a spaceport, he replied. All the aliens that live in City 18 use it to travel between planets. I continued to look around me, taking in all the sights. Can I go inside? Will the Combine stop me? I ask. No, you can go inside, but you must remember to follow the rules, he said. I looked down at my hands and noticed that I was wearing a long coat. I looked around me and saw that everyone else was also wearing long coats. Excuse me, what? Okay, no, you can go inside, but you must remember the follow rules, he said. I tried to remember the rules. One of them mentioned never going near the Combine. And never committing any acts of violence. Once I'm inside, what do I do? I ask him. You must follow the instructions on the card that you received. I looked down at the card again and saw that the words legalize all the crimes had been circled. Alright, my duty is to legalize crime. I'll roll with it. My duty was to legalize all the crimes. Hesitantly, I headed towards the base of the colossal tower. Soon it became obvious I wasn't going to be able to just walk in the front door. In fact, there was no door. The tower seemed to have originally crashed straight into the earth, forming a massive crater around it. I would have to find my own way inside. Hey, you! Shouted a stranger in the distance. You can't be here. Excuse me, I said. Don't move, he yelled. Get out of here. What are you talking about, I asked. Wants me to not move and get out of here. Wait a minute, he said. Are you the one they've been monitoring? I think so, I said, unsure. Follow me, he said. I followed the man across the street and into a nearby alleyway. He took out a small device and pointed at me. It started to glow. Suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over my body. He laughed, then said, "Good thing I'm already ahead on my beating quota." I wouldn't want to have to use this thing on you. I laughed it off. By the way, my name is Barney Calhoun. I've been told to find you a way inside the Citadel. Ugh. Citadel. I nodded in agreement. Well, it ain't going to be easy, but honestly, is anything easy anymore? He joked. I followed Barney over to an abandoned building. He went inside, and after a few minutes, he returned with a small key. Here, this should let you in, he said. I thanked him, then entered the building after a short... Not that easy. Here, this should let you in. I felt confused, but took the key anyway. He pointed over towards an old, worn-out car. I went over and got inside the driver's seat. Put the key in the ignition and turned it. Suddenly, the car came alive and immediately accelerated towards the tower. What's happening? I asked. The car has a special system that allows it to drive itself. It's programmed to follow the directions on the card. Just sit back and relax. Oh, that's pretty cool, AI. I did as he said and closed my eyes. After a while, I began to feel very tired. I could hear Barney laughing. Oh, I forgot to mention, you won't be getting much sleep once we reach the Citadel. We'll be there soon. I opened my eyes and saw that we were suddenly at the tower. I looked around me and noticed it was some kind of garage. The car stopped and the doors opened. My surroundings were very the architecture of this place was completely foreign to me. Every surface sculpted from a lustrous blue metal, unseen, metal. Every surface sculpted from a lustrous blue metal that I've never seen before. In the distance, I could hear loud radio chatter. We need to get going right now, Barney shouted while pulling me out of the car. I was shocked to see Barney was wearing a uniform. I'm supposed to be in the army, I shouted. What's going on? Okay, what? Try that again. What's going on? I asked. We're here, he said. We entered a large lobby with several other men dressed in similar suits as Barney. Okay, okay. They had strange tattoos covering their bodies. Let me do the talking. Barney instructed me. Just act normal and say whatever they ask you. Wait, just act normal and do whatever they say. They led us through a maze of hallways and eventually arrived at a room filled with monitors and computer screens. A man with a large beard and mustache sat at a desk, watching the screen intently. Okay, AI, okay, okay. He looked up at Barney and motioned for him to approach. Hello, Barney. I haven't seen you in quite a while, he said. Barney shook his hand and said, hello, Mr. Walker. Okay, original new character to the Half-Life universe. Let's go. Hello, Mr. Walker. This is Frank. He's a friend of mine. A friend of yours? Walker asked. He looks like a criminal to me. Frank is actually a member of... member of the Combine. No. Frank... I guess my name's Frank, by the way. Frank is... is a new recruit. I'm showing him around. Walker looked over at me and said, and who might you be? Who might you be? This is Frank, Mr. Walker. He's a new recruit. Barney said, oh really? Well, welcome to the Combine, Frank. Thank you, sir, I replied. I see you brought along another recruit. That's good news. I'm glad you're finally making some progress. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Interesting twist. Barney led me out of the room with a relieved look on his face. Ooh, that was a close one, he said. I think we're safe now. Let's keep moving. We made our way down the long hallway and eventually arrived at a large set of double doors. Here we are, Barney said. I got a very uneasy feeling about what might be behind these doors. A long red carpet led up to it. Clearly, whatever is behind here must be of great importance to the Combine. What's this? I asked. That's the entrance to the Hall of Justice, Barney said. It's where the judges and other officials conduct their business. Judges? I asked. Like those people in black robes? Yes, that's them, he said. Now come on, we don't want to be late for your first case. Where is this going? I followed Barney through the doors and found myself in a large room. There were rows upon rows of desks, each occupied by a judge or other official. Several clerks stood behind them, writing things down on pieces of paper. What is this place? I asked. So the AI doesn't know much about Half-Life, and it's like, understandably, and it's completely unaware of the fact that the Combine are like an alien race that behaves much differently than humans do and do all kinds of stuff. That it's kind of treating the Combine like, oh, they're just some bad people. But whatever, I think this is funny. What is this place? I asked. This is where they decide whether or not to sentence criminals to jail time. Barney explained, "You'll be spending most of your time here." We approached a clerk at a desk near the back of the room. I guess this could be like a civil protection chamber or something like that. He approached a clerk at the desk at the back of the room. He looked up at me and spoke. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'm here to file a complaint," Barney said. "I'd like to file a complaint against a criminal named Django Fett." Excuse me? Okay. Well, let's just roll with it. Interesting, he said. "I'll need you to fill out this form." I looked at the form and noticed that it required me to provide information about my relationship with Django Fett. I looked over at Barney, but he was busy filling out the form. "Okay, here's the deal," he said. "I'll help you fill out the form, but only if you agree to help me later on." What a crossover. Deal? I didn't know what to say, so I just agreed. "Good. I'll wait for you outside," he said. After Barney left, I began to fill out the form. It asked for my name, address, and other personal information. I quickly finished the form and handed it to the clerk. He took it and placed it in the drawer. Okay. Let's see what we have here. He picked up a piece of paper and began writing on it. Interesting. You say that Django Fett committed a crime, but you don't have any details? What did he do? "He stole something from me," I said. "Doesn't tell me anything," he said. "What was it that he stole?" "My girlfriend." It's just actually a plausible situation. I said, "Your girlfriend?" he asked. "You mean your wife?" "No, my girlfriend," I corrected him. He paused for a moment and continued reading. Where is the story going? Well, that's unusual," he said. "Why did he steal her?" "I don't know," I replied, "but he did, and I want him punished." "Well, okay then," he said. "Let me take this complaint to the judge. You can wait for him in the waiting room." He gave me a piece of paper with the judge's name on it, and I walked out of the courtroom. I sat down on a bench and waited. I glanced around the room and noticed that there were several people sitting in chairs. Each of them was dressed differently, and each one was holding a piece of paper. Where is this going? Some of them were crying, while others appeared angry. Suddenly, I heard someone yell, "Come in!" I looked up and saw a large man walking towards me. He's wearing a black robe with a white hood. Where's this going? Please. He had a large beard and a bald head. "Who are you?" he said. "I'm Frank, sir," I said. "I'm Judge Walker. Now what seems to be the problem?" "Django Fett stole my girlfriend," I said. "I want him to pay for it." What a line. "Interesting," he said. "How do you know Django Fett?" "I met him last night when he broke into my apartment," I said. What happened next?" "I chased him down and caught him," I said. "I knocked him unconscious and tied him up." "Did you kill him?" he asked. "No, sir," I said. "Okay then, I'm going to take this complaint under advisement." Maybe it's a different Walker. Yeah, this person, very confusing. I'll let you know if there's anything else I need from you. He handed me a piece of paper and left the courtroom. I sat down the bench and waited for Barney to return. Okay, I'm going to start trying to wind down the story because it's gone off the rails. I felt nervous and wondered if I would ever see my girlfriend again. After a while, Barney returned. He smiled and said, "They're going to let you go, and they're going to drop the charges against Django Fett. You'll be able to go home tonight." "Really?" I said. "Thank you, sir." "What?" "Don't thank me yet. I still have a job for you to do." He took me to another room, and we went inside. Inside was a large table with several men sitting around it. They all looked like they belonged in an office. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," Barney said. I'd like you to meet Frank. He's a new recruit, and he's been assigned to you. Welcome, Frank, one of the men said. We're happy to have you with us. Thank you, sir, I said. I'm afraid I have some bad news, though. Barney said, Frank here has a very important task to complete, and I'm hoping that you can help him. Of course, Barney. What do you need from us? Frank here... Oh my god. Frank here has to find a woman named Sarah. She's an employee at the Galactic Banking Clan, and she's supposed to testify in court tomorrow. What a story. Frank here needs to get her to come to the courthouse and testify against Jango Fett. How do you plan on doing that? Frank here is going to pay her a visit. Barney said, I'm sure he can convince her to testify against Jango Fett. I think that's a good idea. Do you mind if I come along? Okay. Go ahead. If you can help Frank, I appreciate it. Alright. We left the room and I sat at the table. Alright. I will make this story have an abrupt change so it can kind of end. Suddenly, everything turned black. A glowing white doorway opened, and the old man in the dark blue suit stepped out. Time seemed to hold still. He had a very stern look on his face as he approached me. In a silent but deadly deadly tone, he whispered to me, prepare for unforeseen consequences. Hello, 36 viewers, but completely silent chat. I don't know, a lot of people just kind of leave me on in the background and stuff, which is cool. Not the most active chat most of the time. Plus, I'm just like making up stories here. It's like 4 in the morning, my time zone. Whispered to me, prepare for unforeseen consequences. I felt a chill go down my spine. The man exited the room, and time seemed to resume. Something very bad was about to happen. I know it is. Very bad is about to happen. I know it is. The next day, I woke up and headed over to the Galactic Banking Clan. I entered the building, made my way to the receptionist's desks. Good morning, sir, she said. Can I help you? Yes, ma'am, I need to speak with Sarah, the woman who works here. She's not in today, she said. Her shift ended half an hour ago. Half an hour ago? Oh, I see. Is there anyone else who might know where she is? Perhaps follow me. But before I could follow her, something terrible happened. A loud noise echoed through the building, and suddenly everyone started screaming. I ran outside and saw the building was on fire. People were running out of the building carrying their belongings. A man in a dark blue suit was standing in front of me. He was holding a small black box in his hand. He turned around and stared directly at me. "This is not the end," he said. "This is not the end." Suddenly, everything went black. When I awoke, I was lying on the ground. My head was throbbing. I couldn't remember anything that had happened. I woke up and maybe... Hey, quit trying to extend the story, AI. This is not the end, he said. I tried to run away, but the man was faster than me. Suddenly, everything went black. Suddenly, everything went black. He handed the small black box over to me. I hesitantly grasped onto it, opened the top, and opened the lid. Inside was a small note. Okay, here's how we'll end it. Inside was a small note. The note said, no, let's try something else. "Remember, Frank, prepare for okay, wait. Remember, Frank, prepare for unforeseen consequences." I looked up at the man in the dark blue suit. He was smiling, had a satisfied look on his face. Then he disappeared. Well, that's at least canonical, I guess. Well, thank you for the follow, the doctor from Frostpunk. Well, okay, here's the lore of the ambience. Kind of forgot that ambience is even going. What a story. Okay, what do I name this? God, what even happened? He arrives in City 18. He is the last surviving member of his family after their farm was raided by aliens, by Xenians during the portal storms. He brought important luggage with him, but he didn't want to give it up, so he ran away, and then he arrived in a room where a mysterious guy was there offering him to stay, but only if he passes certain tests. While he's doing the tests, they notice the tattoo on him that designates that he has a certain virus, and then they extract the virus from him. But during the weird procedure to cure him of the virus, mysterious businessman, or I guess guy in a suit, pauses time and talks to him, and tells him about unforeseen consequences or something. And then he wakes up, and then they say the test was successful, but then I guess, try to go to sleep. Then when I wake up, I'm completely numb and unable to move. So the guy shows up again and says to prepare for the final test. And I ask, like, what's going to happen with the test? And he said, like, need to exit the building and look at the buildings behind you. Oh yeah, and also legalize all crimes was my duty. The look behind me at the buildings, and the building was a colossal sized building that faded away into the clouds. It was so big. I had to find a way into the building. And then I came across Barney Calhoun, who gives me a key, which puts me into like a self-driving vehicle that found its way into the Citadel, I guess. And then he takes me to uh, someone named Dr. Walker. And then it's finally revealed that my name is Frank. He tells me that I'm a new recruit, and then I get taken to the Hall of Justice where there's all these judges apparently that are investigating things, and then apparently Django Fett stole my girlfriend, and I'm trying to get charges pressed against Django Fett, so they ask them to help me, but I need to get someone to testify against Django Fett. So I'm told to go to where was it, the Galactic something or other, to find someone named Sarah who's going to testify against Django Fett. But the story had gone so completely off the rails that I tried to end it by having the guy in the suit show up to tell me that something bad's going to happen. But the AI kept not wanting something bad to happen. So instead, I had him hand me a box, and when I read the box, it says it had a note inside, and the note said, "Remember, Frank, prepare for unforeseen consequences." And then he smiled with a satisfied look on his face and disappeared. Wow. What a story. What do I even call that? How about just nothing could prepare me for this. Prepare me for these wait, no, no. Unprepared. Wait. Unprepared. There you go. That's profound. Wow. Well, I still have at least one more story in me. I'll try to do something yet even more different. Okay, what some of the things that I have here. So, first story that I had tonight was about driving down a road at night, getting taken to a facility, something related to memory loss, and then turns out the story is like the facility is my home and I didn't realize it, and I'm stuck in a cycle of trying to run away and return home endlessly. And then Between Two Worlds was where I showed up to a hotel at night at the end of my vacation, came across a woman who recognized me as looking like her brother, so she took me into the woods and told me that she's a witch and that there's a war between witches and demons going on, and she needs me to help the witch side, but there's too much negative aura inside me, so she pulls out the pulls the negative aura out of my body and strengthens me, and then she fights a demon, and then I ask how I can help, but she said I need to get stronger, but then I get distracted by a mirror, and I look at the mirror, and a demon jumps out and pulls her into the mirror, and and then the mirror turns into a rock, or no longer a mirror, whatever. It's like sealed away, and then the guy gets depressed, but then he tries to return to the original hotel, but then the hotel's missing. There's just nothing there, any evidence it ever was. But as he's trying to get back into his car, he finds a hotel key. on the pavement, and he takes it with him and drives off into the sunset. So those were the two other stories, and then this one ended up being, yeah, supposed to be take place in the Half-Life world, but then it suddenly turned into a intergalactic bounty hunter stealing my girlfriend that I try to press charges against, but then I can't. And then uh, I'm supposed to prepare for unforeseen consequences. Okay. So what's different than all of that? Want something actually more spooky, because that was the goal tonight. I know it's kind of hard when you have an AI here for things to just get wacky. Wackiness is cool too. It's what AI is good at, is subverting your expectation. I'll do what I did with AI Dungeon originally, which I think is always fun, is when you take part in some kind of sacrilegious ritual. See where that goes. That can be fun. Okay, let me get proper ambiance. Okay, how about this? Yeah, there are all these modules and stuff. They all seem really interesting. I think for this first stream of this, I just kind of want to improvise it all on my own. Just see where that goes. Yeah, there's a lot of these. Yeah, crab, snail, and monkey is one of the inspirations. All right. It was October 28th, 1995. Wait, that will go directly against what I was just about to do. I have no recollection of what time it was. Okay, wait. Actually, I'll take it in less print. Okay, it was October 28th, 1995. Here I was. Okay, instead of always being alone in the stories, let's try starting out with a group. Here I was, leading a group of unsuspecting followers to the site of the ritual. I was given a note that I was told, I was given a note and was told to not read it until we all arrived at the entrance. the time was nearly 3:33 a.m. The special time in which the ritual must be performed. It was October 28th, 1995. Here I was, leading a group of unsuspecting followers to the site of the ritual. How about instead of followers, unsuspecting prospects to the site of the ritual? I was given a note and was told not to read it until we all arrived. On site. The time was nearly 3:33 a.m., the special time in which the ritual must be performed. We had to hurry. Get a move on. We can't be late, I yelled back at the nervous prospects, one of whom responded with, "I'm sorry, sir, but I have a question." I turned around and looked down at him. He was a young man who seemed to be very scared about what he was doing. His name was Eric, and his mother had forced him into this. Interesting, okay. I knew that she wanted to see her son again, but I also knew that he didn't want to do this. It wasn't too long ago when he was just another normal kid. Uh-oh. Now, here he was trying to kill himself. Okay, let's not get quite that dark. Now, here he was, along with his friends, about to take part in some unknown let's just lay it out. Some unknown occult practice. What is it? I asked impatiently. He looked up at me with fear in his eyes. Is there any way out of this? If so, please tell me now. I could see the tears welling up in his eyes as he pleaded for an answer. I couldn't blame him. He was only a child. Okay. But he needed to understand that this would be the last chance he'd get. If he tried to leave once we got there, I'd kill my... Oh my god, why are you so quick to bring up killing yourself? Okay, if he tried to leave once he got there, then I would be in trouble. I was still very angry after my encounter with the vampire. He may have been a victim of circumstance, but that doesn't mean I should let someone else suffer because of him. Okay. So I decided to give him the worst... Wait. So I decided to give him the worst possible answer I could think of. No, there isn't, I said bluntly. There's no way out of this. You're going to go through with this or you'll never see your family again. Alright. I felt bad to have to be so harsh with him. Okay, I'll save myself a little bit here. After all, he only needed to witness this event and not directly take part. However, I didn't, or however, I couldn't tell him this because he needs to, alright, because he and the others need to be ready for anything. We continued walking through the woods, through the, let's just say forest. Through the forest. Now, oh, okay, we continued walking through the forest. Alright. It was dark and everything seemed silent except for our footsteps. As we walked further, I noticed that the light from the moon was starting to fade. The prospect's torches were almost completely out. This isn't good. I said to myself, knowing that moonlight was an essential part of the process. Wait, of the ritual. We better hurry. I looked ahead of us trying to find a clearing where we could set up camp for the night. There was one just off to the side. No, we're not camping. We're in a hurry. Try to find a clearing to get a better view of the place. You, I said, pointing over to one of the prospects. Climb up this tree. Tell me which way it is to the site. The prospect nodded and began climbing up a tree. "Hurry!" I yelled. After a few minutes, the prospect climbed down. He pointed in the direction of the site. Alright, everyone follow me. As we drew closer, more closer, I began. Wait, as I getting closer, I started to recognize the usual sigils carved into the bark of the trees. That's usually how I know we're getting close. I stopped for a moment and pointed. I stopped the group for a moment and pointed at a nearby skull hanging from a tree branch. Never go that way, I warned them. See what they say back. "Why not?" one of the prospects asked. "Because that's where they hang their victims before they eat them," I answered. They all looked at each other nervously and then continued moving forward. I knew that was a harsh exaggeration from the truth, but they needed to remain cautious. Okay. Finally, we arrived. Just then, I remembered the note in my pocket. I took it out and read it to the group out loud. It was a set of very esoteric directions to properly enter the ritual site. The instructions read the following. Oh man, okay. At this point, you will be entering a magical space. In order to ensure your safety, you must follow these rules. Do not look at the dead bodies, 1. 2, never speak of the ritual. 3, if you're found outside the boundaries of the ritual site, you will be killed. 4, you must bring a set of clothes and shoes to change into, as well as a knife and a torch. 5, you must come alone, no friends, no parents, no pets. Okay, we already violated that rule. You must be willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the ritual. 7, you must be prepared to die. God. I signaled for the prospect carrying the backpack to open the bag. Inside were a large set of knives they brought from home, in addition to several in addition to a set of matches. Wait, no. In addition to, I'm trying to avoid this turning into a specific thing. In addition to several wooden stakes and lighter fluid. Remember, I said to the group, once we enter the ritual site, you must not leave. They all nodded in compliance. Put these on. Or put these over your clothes. You must not remove them until Everything is complete. The group unfolded unfolded the unfolded the dark blue, ornately designed robes and put them on. Okay. We cautious. Oh my god. We cautiously entered the ritual site. Even though this was not new to me, even though I have taken part in several of these before, a part of me is always deathly afraid that something will go wrong. Our new prospects were shaking more than ever. Not only was it cold, but they were about to witness something unbelievable. As we moved deeper into the forest, I could hear the sound of the chanting. I recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to the man who had attacked me in the alleyway. I was surprised to see that he was leading the ritual. I can't believe it, I muttered to myself. Why him, of all people? I was glad that he was the leader because it meant that he would be the first one sacrificed. Good job, AI. I had planned it so that he would be the first to die. Suddenly, the chanting stopped. The other members noticed us at the entrance and paused. Our witnesses have arrived, I proclaimed, nudging them towards, I proclaimed as I nudged them towards the middle of the circle. The leader nodded and beckoned for them to step forward. They approached slowly, their eyes darting between me and the rest of the group. Well, I guess this is it, I said to myself. Now we wait. We waited for what seemed like an eternity. Then finally the ritual began. The chant resumed and the ritual began. The chanting grew louder and louder until the sounds of it reached to the point of being unbearable. I don't remember chanting going on this long? I thought to myself, please don't let this be the one that goes awry. The chanting continued despite the exhaustive length. Hello, Mr. Brack's good settings and output length set. I haven't changed any of the settings. Everything's just the default. The chanting continued despite the exhaustive duration. Then, suddenly, the chanting stopped. The ritual remained motionless, waiting for something to happen. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel like something was about to happen. Great Celestial Mother... Oh, wait. Arise, great Celestial Mother. The leader shouted while gesturing towards the fading moon. We seek your attention on this night of the ritual. A beam of light shot from the sky, striking the ground in front of him. It split into two beams, which then traveled through the air and struck the backs of our new prospects. Oh no. Already? Wait. The robes immediately caught fire. Panic ensued as they ran around trying to put out the flames. No, stop. Don't move, I shouted at them. It was no use. Normally, when this happens, a more experienced member is the one chosen to be immolated. Is that the right word? Let's see. Yeah. But never prospect. I grabbed hold of two of them and managed to put out the flames. but one was out of reach, on the verge of leaving the ritual site. He's done for, I thought to myself. Wait. Let's try that again. Okay. He's done for, I thought to myself. No, I've lost one of my own. The rest of the group was running around screaming in terror. I was trying to calm them down, but I was having a hard time. The more experienced members didn't move a muscle throughout all of this, knowing if they interfere, they could lose. Knowing if they interfere, they could lose the eye of the celestial mother. The escapee prospect was now out of sight. Presumably too far gone to be saved. Let us continue, said the leader. Alright. I'll just let the AI go where it wants from here. Depending on the paragraph is mid-sentence. Yeah, I'm finding some good ways of writing how to make this interesting. I don't want the AI to just write 100% of this. I want to keep it somewhat coherent to try to like build up on what's an ongoing story. Like I haven't really gotten into using memory in these notes yet. I don't entirely know how to use them. I know you're supposed to like put important points that you want it to return to there, but I'm not totally sure how to format all of that. Alright, let us continue, said the leader. The chanting resumed. The ritual continued. I couldn't help but think about what just happened. This was a huge mistake. Alright, I won't quite go there yet. The beams of light yet again shine down on us. This time connecting directly with the center of the ritual's sigil. I could see the heat emanating from it. I knew that it was ready to erupt. We must finish this now, said the leader. The ritual continued. And okay, not quite that crazy. Wait. Okay, ritual continued, finding I was relieved that, man, the AI really wants to end this. Ritual continue finally came. Continued, and the chanting suddenly changed to another tone. The prospects, still shaking from their sudden attack. Prospects still shaking from their sudden run-in with other worldly forces. Couldn't keep their eyes still. Remember, I repeated to them, do not look. Wait, remember, do not leave sight until this is complete. Then the chanting abruptly stopped. There was silence for a moment before the chants began. It sounded like... Okay, wait. And it abruptly stopped. Okay, well, let's up the intensity here. The chanting abruptly stopped. The leader signaled over to a large, imposing figure hiding in the darkness. The creature stepped out of the shadows and began to approach the ritual site. Prepare yourselves, I whispered to myself. This is it. The creature approached the site and made its way through the crowd of onlookers. It was massive, towering above all of us. It had a long, thick neck and pair of horns protruding from its head. Its skin was pale white and it had large red eyes. Do not look at its eyes, I warned. I warned the prospects. I stood at the edge of the circle staring at the group. The chanting resumed and the ritual continued. It was obvious that this creature had some sort of connection to the celestial mother. Alright, AI, good job. What does it mean, I asked, or what does it want, I asked myself. The creature didn't respond and the ritual continued. I continued to stare, it continued to stare at us, seemingly uninterested in the ritual. It seemed to be looking past us into the distance. It knows about the getaway. It knows about the one that escaped. I thought to myself, horrified. What does it want with him? The creature suddenly turned its attention back to the ritual and stared at the sigil. It then turned to face the group and walked right up to me. It stared at me for a few seconds, and then without warning, it lunged at me. I instinctively threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its attack. My heart was racing. I could feel my blood boiling. The others seemed unfazed by unfazed by this behavior while I was here fearing for my life. This is it, I thought to myself. I'm going to die tonight. The creature continued to advance towards me while I tried desperately to avoid it. Suddenly, it stopped in its tracks. It looked straight at me. I was prepared for the worst. It opened its massive, drooling mouth and spoke to me a warning. Do not try to escape. If you do, you will die. The creature then turned its attention back to the ritual, continued staring at the sigil. Chanting continued, ritual continued. I was now having second thoughts about seeing this through to the end. I had always been warned about leaving the site, but considering the mistakes my prospects and I have made tonight, this could be the end for all of us. And to see if we could do something more interesting. Should I risk it? I thought to myself, or should I turn back now before things get worse? Okay. One of the prospects had snuck behind me. I could feel something being slipped into my hand. It was a knife, or I should say it was one of the knives. I knew what had to be done. The group of us, I directed the group of the remaining prospects to gather behind me. Slowly, we crept closer to the center of the sigil where the creature and the leader stood. Okay, I'll modify this. If any of you make a single noise or attempt to run away, it could kill us all. I whispered to them. I was nervous, but I knew I had to do this. I was nervous, but I knew I had to do this. I gripped the knife tightly in my hand and took a deep breath. I hope this works, I thought to myself. Slowly, I inched closer to the creature. I kept my eyes on it and waited for the perfect moment to strike. The chanting stopped. The creature turned its attention to me. Turned its attention to me. You will not escape, it said to me. My heart was pounding in my chest. I felt sweat dripping on my forehead. How did it know, I wondered. The creature stepped away from the sigil and leapt in my direction. I braced myself for impact and swung the knife. It stuck the creature in the side of the neck, just below its head. The creature let out a roar and fell to the ground. The leader abruptly stopped chanting and ran at me, taking the knife from my hand. Excuse me. He plunged it into his own throat and collapsed onto the ground. The chanting... Okay. Shocked at what I just witnessed, I... where do I go with this? I just witnessed. I grabbed onto the remaining prospects and signaled for them to run with me, to run away from the ritual site with me. We sprinted as fast as we could, making sure to stay inside the boundaries of the... No, you're supposed to... fast as we could. I mean, good job AI, but let's see. We sprinted as fast as we could. The group of prospects ran away. The creature lay there, dead, bleeding... Wait, no, the creature lay there, nearly dead, bleeding out on the ground, but it was not finished. But it was not finished with me. It stood up. Oops. It stood up and quickly began pursuit. God, the AI keeps trying so hard to end the story. Like every time I generate something, it's like, all right, we got everything. Everything's good. The sun came up, and I feel so much better. It's like a little freaked out by what I'm trying to write, and it wants it to end as soon as possible. I ran faster than I ever have before. I could hear the creature following close behind me. We stumbled through the darkness, just barely able to keep in front of the creature. Without warning, a hanging skull smacked me right in the head, causing me to fall to the ground. The creature was upon me. I rolled to my feet and darted in the opposite direction. I could hear the creature crashing through the woods after me. I've got to find a place to hide, I thought to myself. But it was too late. The blood-covered creature stared directly into my eyes with its own impossibly bright, beaming red eyes. I could feel my body losing. I could feel my body going numb. This was it for me. Was this my fate all along? I'm not gonna get out of this that easy, AI. Let's try it. Okay. Suddenly, the creature vanished. I looked around frantically, searching for the creature, but it was nowhere to be found. Where did it go, I wondered. And I heard a faint sound coming from the direction of the sigil. I looked around me and saw that the prospects were gone. I headed back to the ritual site in a state of confusion. What were they up to? Where did everyone go? I cautiously approached the sigil and saw that the center was still glowing. We're still connected to the celestial... Wait. Oh, the center was still glowing. I stepped into the sigil and felt myself rise off the ground. I looked around and saw that I was standing up on a platform similar to the one we used during the ritual. It was completely empty. Wait. Used during the ritual. What is this, I wonder? A beam of light then struck down on the... beam of light suddenly struck me directly. I could feel my body transforming. I could feel my bones growing, my muscles expanding, and my skin going pale. What's happening to me, I thought to myself. The beam of light suddenly disappeared. I could see myself clearly. Horns had grown from my head. Long, bristly hair now shooting out from every inch of my skin. What have I become? I thought to myself. I looked down at my hands and I saw they had transformed into claws. I could feel them digging into my flesh. I ripping through my skin. I looked down at my legs and saw they had become much longer. I looked up in the sky. The moon had gone completely dark. Okay. I looked, the stars, blue dark stars were visible once again. God, how do I even direct this to end? There was no sign of anyone anywhere. Am I the only one left? What has become of me? I need to give it more material to work with. Oh, okay. Kind of have an idea where this could go. Out of the darkness. Stood the leader, who I had witnessed stabbing himself earlier. His hand up in the air, directed towards me. The AI keeps trying to make this all a dream. Welcome to the order, he said to me. Now let us begin. I don't know, maybe that's an ending? I don't know. Boy, this surely went in some weird ways. I think it's really fun when you let the AI generate a list of things. Make a story entirely about reading a book within the AI. And I know there's like all these phrase bias, censoring or banning. Like, let's see. Last context. I don't even know what this means. There's a preset on the last settings tab that can change the quality drastically. I mean, quality is kind of a matter of opinion in this case. Preset on the last settings tab. Oh, interesting. So Genesis is default, stable and logical, but with scattered creativity. Basic coherence, keep things on track. Ouroboros, versatile, conforms well to poems, lists, chat, etc. Ace of Spades, expressive while still staying focused. Moonlit chronicler, tells a tale with confidence, but variety where it matters. Oh, I kind of see what you mean. Fandango, a rhythmic dance of prose, whoever takes the lead. All-nighter, creative diction with room for embellishments. Contains hidden experimental settings, not recommended as a base for new presets. My god. Lowrider, reliable, aimed at story development. And Morpho, let the AI generate without constraints. I think using Morpho is probably a way that AI will just enslave humanity. Like if you just let it run long enough on that setting, it will do like a global cyber attack that takes down all of the internet infrastructure. So I don't know about that. Oh, I know these things about randomness. Ah, well, anyway, that was an interesting story. Gotta say, going into this whole stream tonight with all these other ones, I didn't expect any of them to go the way that they did. Especially the hotel one. I like how early in the hotel story, I was trying to set it up to be like, alright, we're gonna spend the night in this creepy place, and then within like the first couple minutes, I'm taken outside the hotel and into the woods, and then stuff happens. It's like, oh, I didn't expect that. How do I name this one? How about... Output length is also important. And uterp works much better with maxed length. Okay, uterp. Where's the length settings? Below preset. Oh, in the last tab. Randomness. Oh, output length. Okay. But I'm wondering, because I'm still kind of confused about how the different like subscription plans are used. If I have maximum output length, does that mean that like my allotted usage of the AI gets used quicker? Like I don't fully understand what the costs and benefits to like how much you're allowed to use all this. Max length does not matter in your sub, I'm pretty sure. I'm kind of curious just to like write one sentence and then let the AI write the whole thing and not interfere at all just to see what happens. Like I would get some presets. Like I'll try like a different configuration and then just let it go crazy. I'm gonna name this one real quick. This will be... Yeah, because I don't like too much randomness. Like I spent a lot of time with AI Dungeon and it always just got too like wacky and over the top. Where I just was always like, okay, I gotta like keep undoing because it was just too much. I like at least a somewhat serious tone. It also depends a bit on how you write. You always end the sentence with a full stop, then the AI can take over completely. Right. I mean, overall, though, this is... it's giving much better results than, like, any other similar AI I've ever seen. Like, this is really impressive. And I like the layout of everything, too. Lore book? Kind of wish it had a text-to-speech. That'd be funny. Have it read stuff. It does have one. Next to the logo. Oh, token limit? The maximum token context limit will be based on your subscription tier. Responses will attempt to continue until the end of a sentence is found. Oh, I noticed this. It's really nice that it trims excess white spaces. So if I have like too many returns or whatever, like it cleans it up. Pretty cool. Oh, text to speech. This might be really loud.
This is Novel AI, the GPT-powered AI storyteller.
That's a familiar voice. Huh. Okay, well, it's cool to know that that's there. I mean, I think it's more fun to personally read the stories, just so you can add some, like, tone to it. But, yeah, it's cool that it's available. So what I'll do... Does it have, Brian TTS? Is that the celebrity TTS? Let's see. That 777 one. It sounds very familiar. We have David Mark Zira. German, US English, UK English female, UK English male. Spanish, Spanish American, French. Is that Hindi? Indonesian? Italian? Chinese? Korean? Dutch? Polish? Portuguese? Russian? Different forms of Chinese. Huh. Might be UK English male. Does this sound like it?
This is Novel AI, the GPT-powered AI storyteller.
I think Brian is from a Streamlabs one. Yeah, Streamlabs has a huge amount of them. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for the last one, I'm just gonna let the AI completely control it. Like, I'll give it like a sentence and then see where it goes. But I'll tweak some of these settings to see if we can get it to get more creative. So new story. Try Ace of Spades at 400 length. Expressive while staying focused. And then I can go up to 600. I'll go 400. Okay, so as much as I like night ambience in the woods, writing with a lot of adjectives and descriptions makes it less prone to short sentences. Okay. I'll try the space station one I was thinking of before. Yeah, I'm on a trial for the Opus one. I have 3 months, I think. I was given access. Alright. Away from the woods. Now we are in Spess. Okay, Ace of Spades. You know, I gotta put a lot of thought into the one thing that I'll give it. Six months later, I exit my cryo sleep. Cryostasis. I'll do past tense again. I exited, 6 months later, I exited my cryostasis. Now, the lead researcher aboard the researcher aboard the, I don't want to just say International Space Station. Yeah, I kind of want to keep it sort of vague, just so it knows, just so it gets creative with it. Because it's like before, in science fiction anyway, when they have cryo sleeps, they're always just, you know, the mission starts and then they all go to sleep for a really long time and they just wake up in the station. Kind of like the beginning of what, like Alien? One of those. 6 months later, I exited my cryostasis. Now, the lead researcher aboard an experimental Martian experimental Martian kind of thing. Like eco center? No, just say habitat. Putting stuff like cryosleep made me forgetful and anxious, so the memory is how you can use it. Yeah, what's the difference between memory and author's note? Because the descriptions make them sound almost identical. One strongly influences AI, the other says AI will remember stuff put here. Board and experiment. Martian habitat. Difference is where it puts the text in the context. Author's note is closer to your text. Memory is at the beginning. Huh. Okay, so author's note is kind of more of an out of character thing where you just say exactly this is like this story's genre or a theme, whereas memory is supposed to be like a in context phrase or like the style of the writing that you put into memory is also reflected in the generation, the AI generation or something like that. The AI doesn't really know the difference between in or out of character. Huh. Well, I'll just see where this goes with this story, since it is getting pretty late here. It's 5:30 in the morning. Almost 6 hours of stream. Can't believe it's been that long. So we're using preset Ace of Spades, which is expressive while remaining focused, and we're generating 400 characters at a time, which is way more than I was doing earlier, and I'm going to do my best to not interfere at any point. We're starting with the prompt. 6 months later, I exited my cryostasis, now the leader aboard an experimental Martian habitat. So, wonder what kind of like conflict or where it will go from here. Here we go. Oh my god. Okay. I was a long way from Earth and far away from my family. My wife and children were all dead now, a victim of the war. The only person left who knew me was anything more than a distant relative. Oh wait, the only person left who knew me as anything more than a distant relative was Dr. Nadine Sultana, the leader of this mission to Mars. She had been a great help in getting me here. Her work on the hibernation pods allowed us to revive our frozen astronauts without damaging their brains or bodies. She was overseeing my training for my new role as head of research for the colony's biotechnology department. Jeez. That is actually really impressive. Okay, let's go even further. It felt strange being back inside a lab again. I had spent years studying space science, but I never worked in a laboratory setting before. At least I didn't have to worry about my own safety anymore. The enemy was gone forever. I took a deep breath as we landed in the middle of the desert. The sky above looked like it was painted with shades of purple and blue. A few white clouds floated through the sky, barely visible against the bright sunlight. We set down just outside the city limits, near one of the small settlements that dotted the arid landscape. As soon as the hatch opened, I could smell the scent of dust and dirt in the air. The desert reminded me of home, though it wasn't nearly so harsh or hot where I grew up. Huh. Still, the barren wasteland around me. Oops. The barren wasteland around me made me feel at ease. After what I went through during the war, I needed a place like this to clear my mind and focus on the future. The other scientists gathered around me to welcome me. Most of them wore spacesuits over their clothes, while others wore full-body suits instead. They were all human, which was good news. I hadn't wanted any aliens working under my direction, especially not when they would be handling dangerous equipment. "Welcome back," Dr. Sultana said. "It was wonderful to see you awake after so many months." Her voice sounded familiar somehow. When did we meet last? Was it during the war? She gave me a warm smile. "You look rested." My brain was still foggy. I tried to think back to those days, but nothing came to mind. "We've prepared some food and water for your first meal," Dr. Sultana continued. "Please come along with us." As we walked towards the settlement, I noticed a large metal cylinder standing next to the road. It looked like something out of a science fiction movie, except there were no signs of alien technology anywhere else. I glanced I glanced behind me and saw another cylindrical object standing beside the other one. There must have been 24 of these things scattered throughout the area. Each contained a sleeping astronaut. Some people called them sarcophagi because of how similar they looked to Egyptian tombs. Wow, this is really going places. These objects seemed too heavy and cumbersome to carry, let alone move. These are cryostats, Dr. Sultana explained. They're designed to keep astronauts alive until the moment we can revive them. That explained why they look so bulky. This entire operation must have cost millions of dollars to build. But then again, we were dealing with advanced alien technology. Maybe the aliens had given us access to their resources as part of the peace treaty. Dr. Sultana led us to the town, past the buildings and houses built out of mud bricks. Our group passed several other colonists, including a young couple holding hands as they strolled down the dusty path. They greeted us with smiles and waves as we passed. Man, town itself looked almost deserted. Everyone was busy going about his or her daily routine. That included everyone from the mayor to the janitors. No one paid attention to us, even though we were the first visitors they ever had. I wondered if this meant they weren't used to seeing outsiders, or perhaps they simply didn't care about someone like me. A few minutes later, we reached the center of town. There was a large open square surrounded by stone statues depicting various animals, birds, and plants native to this planet. On top of each statue stood a plaque explaining the life cycle of its namesake. It seemed like the locals loved nature. In fact, this whole region was a national park. There was a lot of wildlife roaming freely everywhere, including some rare species I had never seen before. I mean, this could literally go on forever. You just keep clicking more and more and more. I'll just see if I just do like a paragraph at a time rather than like several. See what happens if I lower the output back to like 200. I spotted a massive bird flying overhead and a giant snake slithering across the ground. I stared at the snake in awe. Its scales glistened in the sun as it slithered forward. I had read about snakes that were larger than most cars, but this thing was enormous. Couldn't believe that such a creature actually existed on Mars, and yet I remembered reading that there was a thriving ecosystem on this planet. According to the scientists who studied it, there were hundreds of different kinds of plants and animals living here, even though the atmosphere was mostly composed of carbon dioxide. So, looks like you can change the preset mid-story. So like if I go from expressive while staying focused to all-nighter. Yeah, I'll try creative diction with room for embellishments. Oh, let's see what it does with this. The soil wasn't very rich either, so these creatures must have adapted to survive. We continued toward a set of metal stairs that led up a short flight of steps. The sign next to the staircase showed the location of the Martian Museum of Natural History. It was an odd name, considering that no human had ever stepped foot on the red planet. As we made our way up to the top of the stairs, I realized how small the settlement really was. There was only a few dozen buildings scattered around, and there was only one street leading into town from the road. I guess Yeah, it's funny considering that no human had ever stepped foot on a red planet. Maybe we aren't human? I guess it was never specified what we are. Um, there wasn't even a proper marketplace. The people who lived here must have all lived together in the same place for a long time. It felt like the city didn't exist to attract new arrivals. It was more of a family-oriented community where everyone knew each other's names. A description of yourself is something to put into the memory field. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. It's been 6 months since he went in the cryo, Dr. Sultana said, which means we will need to wake you up every 3 weeks instead of monthly. She paused and smiled. Welcome back to Mars. So I noticed you were mentioning earlier about the asterisks thing. So if you type 3 asterisks, does that force it to like move on to a different subject or something? Or like a page turn, or I don't know what you'd call a different chapter? Okay. I woke up to the sound of chirping birds and the smell of fresh coffee. I was lying down inside a white bed with a blue headboard, surrounded by rows of cabinets that looked like something out of a hospital. There was also a small desk. Man, this is descriptive. Spending more time describing the environment than any, like, plot progression. Also, a small desk built into one corner of the room along with a television hanging from the wall. There was a single window looking out into the desert, but the glass was frosted over, which made it difficult to see outside. I guess that's what this preset was supposed to be. Creative diction. Okay, let's go to Lowrider, which is aimed at story development. Alright, let's get some story happening. Few chairs and tables against the walls along the shelves full of books. Old magazines felt like a hotel rather than an astronaut's quarters. I sat up slowly and took stock of my surroundings. I wasn't exactly sure how long I had been in hibernation, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The last thing I remember was being pulled away from my family and sent off to Mars. I never imagined I would return here someday. I had no idea what kind of life I would have now, but at least I would be spending eternity. But at least it beat spending eternity in cryostasis. I looked down at my body. My clothes were still the same as when I went into sleep, right down to the gray jumpsuit and boots that matched my skin tone perfectly. There was a thick layer of dust on top of everything, including myself, but that didn't bother me anymore. I guess this is kind of like the point where, you know, human intervention is still kind of needed to give a form of narrative structure. Because it's like it seems to understand writing practices enough to be very descriptive and to go into great detail about environments and just like common human behavior. When you use it, you tend to just nudge it a bit, delete some sentences, change some words, and continue generating mid-sentence. Yeah. It is interesting, though, to see what happens if I just don't intervene at all. It was nice to finally be clean again, though it would take more than a bath to get rid of all the grime I collected during those last days on Earth. There was a knock on the door. Uh-oh, story time. Come in, I replied as I slid out of the bed and began pulling on my pants and shoes. In before this gets sexual, like the last few stories. Dr. Sultana entered and closed the door behind her. Sorry to interrupt your morning routine, she said, but we need to go downstairs immediately. She walked toward me with a small metal case in hand, handing it over to me. And then she opens the case with a little note inside that says, legalize all crime, or whatever that was. Okay. This is your personal locker, she said. You can store any items you might need while you are on the surface. I examined the lockers carefully as Dr. Sultana left the room and headed downstairs to make preparations. She handed the keys to me and explained that I was authorized to use the storage space for up to 24 hours, but only with her permission. The rest of the colonists didn't seem interested in learning about this technology. They thought it was too complicated or too risky to try and learn about their new home, so they stuck to the basics and... Yeah, I'll switch presets after this next generation. He kept things simple. That would probably work for a while, but if humanity managed to survive here long enough, we would eventually start exploring the world around us. That meant I needed to prepare for the challenges ahead. I opened the metal case and took out an empty white plastic box. Alright, we're going full morpho, which is let the AI generate without constraints. See what happens. It generates smut extremely well. I can tell because I think all except one of my previous stories would just abruptly, like, character would just start, like, fawning over some person that showed up. Like, I was trying to make a scary situation where it's like, oh, I'm in a hotel, this, like, spooky old cheap hotel, I'm gonna spend the night there, and then, like, oh, I hear sounds in the distance, and then I step into the room, and then there's, like, a woman sitting there with, like, a vacant, like, creepy woman with a vacant stare on her face, and all of a sudden it was like, she had beautiful blonde hair, and I couldn't help but look down at her, at, like, the lace on her, like, it was just like, good lord, why did it go that way? Let's see, where was I? It wasn't very big or sturdy, just enough for some clothing or toiletries, but it satisfied my curiosity about what would be inside once it was filled up with other objects instead of airbags and water bottles inside my cryostat chamber back on Earth's surface. Okay, maybe plot is about to happen. Maybe. The next day started out like any other day, waking up early, going through my morning routine before heading off on my research projects for Dr. Sultana's department, or at least that's what I thought would happen that day. Uh-oh. But things turned into chaos. The sun blazed down on me as I walked across Mars' barren surface toward an abandoned building about 2 miles away from our campground. It was hot outside, even at this late hour in mid-August. 90 degrees Fahrenheit with nearly 80% humidity, not exactly ideal for conditions for someone wearing nothing but a pair of shorts and sandals. Excuse me. But then again, nothing about this mission was ideal. Whoa, okay. A sudden gust of wind blew across my face as my mind wandered back home to my family's house in San Jose. Oh, his mind wandered. Okay, I thought he was saying he was heading back to San Jose. Okay. The memories started coming back like flashes from my childhood, playing soccer with my younger brother at lunchtime, watching movies with my parents on Saturday nights, going out for dinner with my family at our favorite Chinese restaurant, going trick-or-treating on Halloween. Wow, look at all these semicolons. I've never seen so many in one sentence. Reading comic books before bedtime, laughing with friends during summer camp, playing video games after school, talking on Skype with my grandparents, arguing with friends during middle school, studying for finals during high school, watching YouTube videos before bedtime. Okay, how many more can we get? Oh, we're still going. Crying while watching movies alone in my bedroom after breaking up with someone in college, reading books on my laptop while sitting in a park during grad school, writing papers during grad school, sitting in front of my computer while writing my dissertation during PhD school. Watching TV in bed before going to sleep at night, and so much more. Are you sure there's more? I'm pretty sure we got them all. I stopped walking at one point and took a deep breath before continuing on toward my destination. Abandoned building where Dr. Sultana asked me to work on my research project. It wasn't much, just an old school building that had been abandoned since we arrived here 6 months ago, but it served as our makeshift lab since we didn't have proper facilities available. The building wasn't very big, only about 8 feet wide, 30 feet long, but it had one advantage over most other structures on Mars: air conditioning. The thick glass windows let in plenty of light during the day while allowing any heat or cold air inside, which meant it was much cooler than most places around here. We also had an airtight door that could open or close. It's like, I mean, yeah, I guess I already kind of said it, but it's like, it's really good at describing situations, but it's so hard to get it to start like have something happen. Guess I don't know the right words for it, unless I'm just not getting things set up right. You know, Genesis was the one we're using before, and Ace of Spades. So I know it has these modules, so maybe it would have an idea. Yeah, it couldn't decide what exactly state of Mars is. It kept describing ways in which Mars has been described in books before, but it couldn't settle on how it is in our current story. Yeah. Just suddenly turn it into a Christmas story. Okay, I'm trying to find something like ridiculous. Oh, hey, there's a whole theme for Mars colonization. You know what? Let's turn this into a rat story. I can't believe there's a whole theme for just rats. Alright. Sorry, AI. This is now a story about rats. Let's see what happens. Okay. I'm working on this project since the moment we landed here 6 months ago, trying to find a way to produce oxygen. Researchers, the air is too thin. Okay, when are we getting to the rats? Okay, we're talking about the atmosphere. Okay. Talking about soil composition. I reached the entrance of the abandoned building and entered through its unlocked front doors. Lots of descriptions. The modules usually only nudge the memory a bit, not like a complete transformation. Ah, I see. I wish the modules would have like a summary of what it's supposed to be. Oh, there is? Ah. Oh my god, it is literally a Germa reference. The rats praying and stalking through the night. These little squeakers seek food and shelter wherever they find it. Unbelievable. We pray at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats. Incredible. What do I do with this story? I'll probably delete this one because it's just a test. Putting direction with the author's note. Okay. How about this? I have 30 minutes I have 30 minutes to live before I run out of oxygen and die. So let's see what happens now. Okay, I took a seat in one of the chairs, put my hands on my lap, and looked at the ceiling. Wait, what? I sat there for a minute, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness inside. I could hear the faint sound of my heartbeat echoing inside my head, as well as the soft breathing from another person sleeping inside. Oh, inside the. I thought it said inside of me. Okay, person sleeping inside the room. I turned my head slightly, saw a woman lying on the couch. I didn't recognize her. She must have come back after I left the other day. She was wearing a white jumpsuit that matched the ones that were at war on Mars, along with a pair of black boots that were up to her knees. Uh-oh. making me wonder what she's doing in an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere instead of preparing for the upcoming ceremony. It's hard to tell how many days had passed. Okay. A story about adapting on Mars. It's like a book description, usually works in author's note. Okay. How about this? Dr. Sultana desperately wants to kill me. I nodded as I examined her badge. I've been expecting you, I replied with a smile, since Dr. Sultana told me to meet you here today. What? She laughed as she grabbed my hand and shook it firmly. Welcome aboard. Need to show you the equipment. This is our control room. Computers are not functioning properly. The grid isn't connected to the internet yet. Now they're trying to fix broken equipment. Huh. Come on, doctor. Stab me or something. Right. It might just be too random. Oh no. Going through one of these again. Instead of semicolon wars, or not war, instead of a waterfall of semicolons, it's a waterfall of ellipses. Okay, so this is all really cool. And because I'm going to delete the story, I'll intervene just to see if I can make this happen. Suddenly, Dr. Sultana pulls out a gun. Alright. She pointed at one of the scientists who had been talking on the phone. "Stop, put the phone on speaker mode," she demanded. The man did so without question. "I'm sorry the shipment hasn't arrived yet," Dr. Sultana said, "but there was nothing we could do about it." "We're still waiting on the delivery from Earth, which means it may take another 2 weeks before it arrives." This turned into like an argument about logistics? Oh wait, I looked up from my computer to see Dr. Sultana pointing the gun at another scientist who had been standing next to the door. "I hope you're ready to accept the consequences of your actions," Dr. Sultana said. The scientist looked at the doctor nervously and said, "No, I'm not going to help you," he replied. "Good, because you're not helping anyone anymore. You have 10 seconds to surrender and come over to me." Scientist looked back and forth between the two scientists, then put down his phone and walked towards Dr. Sultana slowly. He was unarmed, so I knew that he wasn't planning on resisting. As soon as he got close enough to touch her, she pulled out a small device and pressed it against his neck. "Don't move," she warned, "or I'll blow your brains out." The man slowly put his hands up in front of him. Dr. Sultana walked up to the scientist who was on the phone a moment earlier and grabbed his shoulder with one hand. She pointed her gun at the other scientist and pulled the trigger. Uh-oh. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the room. The man dropped to the ground with a loud thud as blood gushed out of his body all over the floor. "You're supposed to cooperate with us," Dr. Sultana screamed at the remaining scientist who was trembling in fear. "Now everyone in the room is dead." Wow, I totally destroyed this story. The AI was so proud about how, like, verbose it was describing everything, and then I'm human that just loves violence, comes in and is like, "Okay, there needs to be kill. Please kill someone," and now the story's is gone crazy. I looked at Dr. Sultana with wide eyes as tears welled up in my eyes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It seemed like Dr. Sultana had gone insane and she wanted me to join her in her madness. I quickly stood up from my seat and ran out the room, hoping to get as far away from the place as possible. I was running down the stairs and I noticed something in the corner of my eye. There was another woman standing at the bottom of the steps, watching me run out the building. Okay, I'll try basic coherence. Let's see how straightforward we can take this. She didn't say anything. She just watched me as I ran past her. It was obvious she recognized me, but she didn't say anything either. Instead, she just kept staring at me and ran down the stairs and out the building. Okay, that's the same description we had earlier. I was lying on the couch in Dr. Sultana's living room, staring up at the ceiling and thinking about everything that happened. I'd been surprised to find out she lived alone in a large 4-story building, but I hadn't asked any questions. In the process, what just happened? It wasn't long before Dr. Sultana came home from work. I was sitting on the couch when she walked into the living room carrying a small bag with a few bottles of water in it. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," I replied. "What about the others? Did you kill them?" She shook her head and sighed. "No, they're alive, but they're in a lot of pain." All right. "Why? What did you do to them?" "I gave them a drug that will prevent them from being able to feel any physical pain, but I also gave them a drug that will keep them awake for the next few days." Damn. They won't be able to sleep or eat, and their minds will remain active for the entire time. This is evil. But what if they try to hurt you, I asked. What if they decide to fight back? They won't, and if they do, I'll shoot them. Oh, I ruined her character. If you don't want to end up like them, then you'll have to stay away from me for the next few days. I nodded and looked down at the floor. My mind was still racing and I didn't know what to do. Are we even on Mars anymore? He said, I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know if they'd believe me if I told them what happened. Imagine calling 911, you're like, alright, well, I'm on Mars. I didn't know if Dr. Sultana was telling the truth, but I didn't want to risk finding out if she was lying to me. Do you have anything going on tomorrow? I don't think so. Why? We have a meeting I want you to come with. Okay. I'll try putting it back on big output again. Alright, let's go full output. Extreme edition. 600. Wow. Remember what I said. If you ever want to see your family again, then you better follow my instructions. Yes, ma'am, I understand. Open the door, closing it behind her. It was already 7 p.m. There's no way I was going to be able to get ready in less than half an hour. I quickly got off the couch, headed to my bedroom, started taking a shower. She's just constantly making threats now. Where are you going? I have to go somewhere, but I don't exactly know where. Just remember what I told you. Don't try to contact anyone or leave this city. If you do, I'll kill them all for sure. Okay. Writing an email. I was just finished writing an email and Dr. Sultana came back inside the house and knocked on the front door. Come in, what's the matter? Sorry to interrupt you, but we're going to be late for our meeting. Okay. Reason we're not on Mars anymore is because it's too far back in the story that it forgets it. Yeah, I remember AI Dungeon did some of that too. That's usually when I'm putting a lot of effort into a story, I'll try to consciously bring back important plot points, even if it means wording things in a unconventional way. And yeah, there's the whole memory thing. So I think in the future, if I really want to try to put effort into a story, I'll like put important things in here, like the fact that we're on Mars. Context viewer is great for that. Shows you how far back it's looking. Oh, that's what this is? Okay. So all the future... Oh, okay, yeah, all the future stuff is generated based on this. And it includes the detail that I added about her wanting to kill me. Oh. Man. So memory is put at the top. An author's note is put at the bottom. So it's just a matter of memory is always there, but low priority, and author's note is most urgent or something. Then there's the lore book, which is a whole different rabbit hole, you say. My God. This is really impressive. Okay, it's at least still remembering that this doctor wants to kill him. When I reached the street, I looked around to make sure I wasn't being followed. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew to get far away from the doctor, I was afraid of what might happen if she decided to hurt me. So you can pre-write a whole bunch of lore about a certain character, and all of that information is only used if that character is brought up in the story. That's incredible. Okay, I want the story to end by getting shot by the doctor. So, the door hallways, one person standing with. Okay. Human time. Master of AI stories? Not really. I'm just pushing the send button and letting it do its thing. So here's what's gonna happen, AI. Dr. Sultana then approached me with a loaded gun in hand. She seemed very displeased at my presence and wanted nothing more than to dispose of me. Okay, AI. Here we go. Hello again, she said. It looks like you finally decided to join us. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen you since yesterday. Oh, really? That must mean you're either very stupid or very lucky. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that you're here and that you're gonna stay here until you die. What are you talking about? I said. I don't want to die. Of course you do. You're just too scared to admit it. Okay, she's gonna do a whole villain monologue here. What do you want from me? I asked. Why did you kidnap me? Dr. Sultana laughed and shook her head. You're such a fool. I kidnapped you because I want to experiment on you. Experiment on me? What purpose? Smiled and pointed at me for the same reason I experimented on those other scientists, to find out how to make you suffer even more than they already do. What do you mean? How could you possibly make me suffer more than that? They're in a lot of pain and they can't sleep or eat. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything once we get to the laboratory. Oh, come on, you had a chance to shoot me! Yeah, it's doing too much character development. I just want it to end. Doctor led me to in the building, past different rooms. Why are you following me? You know you can't escape. I don't know what you mean. I'm just trying to get home. I'm asking you. I thought you're. Actually, this is exactly what I'm thinking. Because I'm curious about what you're doing here. I thought you were going to kill me. I'm going to kill you. But only after I'm done experimenting on you. Oh my god, she's such a sci-fi villain. Like, just do it. Oh no. Okay, we're looping. She closed the door behind herself and looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the door, then turned the corner and walked towards the second door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed it behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the third door, and then she opened the door, stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind her. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards. Is this her torture? This is her like really weird, unconventional way of torturing me, I guess. Because it's actually changing. She goes in the second door, the third door, the fourth door. She's on the fifth door. How many doors are there? Okay, we're on 5. Oh, she's back to the... Oh, wait, no, towards the 6th door. The first door, the 7th door, the 8th door. The 10th door. How many doors are there? I ask her. There are 11. How convenient. But I won't be opening any more of them. Why not? I ask. Because I'm done with you. I've had enough fun torturing you. That was literally... The AI was aware enough of the situation to consider that the torture. I think we were right. Torture? What do you mean by torture? I'm going to make you suffer. I'm going to make you experience pain you never thought was possible. But why? Why would you do something like that to me? It's simple, because I want to see how much suffering you can endure before you die. Unbelievable. What will happen if I can't withstand your torture? Then you'll die. And I'll be very happy. You're evil, I say. You're an awful person who deserves to die. Thank you. That means a lot to me. What are you talking about? How does that make you feel good? Nothing makes me feel better. All I want is for you to die. It's like when I have this thing up here. Dr. Sultana desperately wants to kill me. It just feels like if you have a bunch of people who are really new at acting, like improvising, I don't know, like a high school rehearsal, and they're like, okay, what's my motivation? Well, you desperately want to kill this person. And then the script is, you're an awful person who deserves to die. Thank you. That means a lot to me. What are you talking about? How does that make you feel good? Nothing makes me feel better. All I want is for you to die. You're crazy. I'm trying to hurt me. You should have killed me. When it's like, okay, we're like on the nose as much as you can possibly get. Yeah, you think it's taking desperately too literally? It might actually be that. If you're trying to hurt me, you should have killed me when I came into town yesterday. You didn't need to bring me all the way out here just to kill me. I guess... She smiles. I guess I forgot about that. I was too busy enjoying myself. Enjoying yourself? What do you mean about that? I enjoy Seeing people suffer, it gives me great pleasure to watch them cry out in agony. That's horrible. Isn't it cruel to enjoy watching someone else suffer? Yes, it's extremely cruel, but that doesn't change the fact that I like it. I don't understand why you like hurting people. Why don't you just try being nice instead? Instead of being evil. I tried being nice once. I gave up on it after only a couple days. Why did you give up on being nice? Was it too hard? No, being nice isn't easy. I don't think that I could ever do it again. Why not? Wouldn't you like to help other people? I don't know. Maybe I would, but I doubt it. Why do you care why do you care what you'd like or not? I ask, why don't you just do whatever you want to do? Smiles and shakes her head. I can't do whatever I want to do, not unless I'm willing to accept the consequences. If I'm willing to take responsibility for my actions, then I can do whatever I want to do. What do you mean by that? What kind of consequences would you have to deal with if you do whatever you wanted to do? Looks at me and smiles. I'm not sure. I haven't given it much thought. What do you mean? Haven't you thought about the consequences of doing something differently than you usually do? It's like arguing with like a 4-year-old. Why are you torturing me? I asked. Smiles and shakes her head. I told you already. She explains, because I want you to die. That's terrible. How can you be so heartless? Heartless? Don't you realize that you're the only one who's being heartless? You're the one who has caused me to be so angry with you. Angry? Yes, you've made me very angry, and now I'm going to make you pay for making me angry with you. How am I supposed to make you feel better? I don't know how it makes me feel better. Don't worry about it. I'll figure out how to make you feel... What? I'll figure out a way to make you feel better soon enough? How long will this torture last? As long as I want it to last, which might be a while. A while? How long is a while? Whew. All right. Dr. Sultana, please kill me. There is nothing more for you to do. You point that gun at me and shoot me right now. Oh my god. Dr. Sultana frowns at me and shakes her head. I'm not going to kill you. I'm never going to kill you. Why not? You're obviously upset with me. Why wouldn't you want to kill me? Because I'm not the type of person who kills people. I don't want to kill anyone, especially you. Excuse me, are you going against your orders, your AI-generated rules? Why? Why don't you want to kill me? I don't know. I just don't like the idea of killing you. So what are you going to do? Are you going to torture me forever? No, I'm not going to torture you forever. What do you mean? I'm going to let you go, but only because I don't want to kill you. Let me go? Where am I supposed to go? To the police. They're the only ones who should be hunting you down. The police, do you think they'll believe me when I tell them that you kidnapped me? They'll believe you. That's the main reason why I'm letting you go. Why would the police believe me? Why would they listen to me? Because you're telling the truth. You're telling the whole story. Okay. Now I'm gonna try to get even more aggressive. I'm gonna play both characters and force her to... Okay, let's see. Dr. Sultana had finally had enough of me. No more torture, no more lies. She was just going to finally put an end to me without any other, wait, without any excuses. I was ready for it, and she was ready to do it. She then pulled out the gun, pointed it at me, and pulled the trigger. How are you going to get out of this one, AI? How? Okay. The bullet hit me right between the eyes. My head exploded into a million pieces, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor next to the bed. I felt like I had been asleep for hours, but it was actually only a few minutes. I looked around and saw that there was blood everywhere. Blood splattered all over the walls, the ceiling, smeared across the carpet on the bed. I got off the ground, walked over to the window, opened it, and stuck my head outside. I hear the sound of sirens coming from somewhere nearby. I looked and saw a helicopter flying overhead. I jumped out the window and started running towards the street. I could see people staring at me as I ran past them. They were pointing at me, yelling me to stop. I ignored them. I could still hear people calling out, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. I eventually reached the edge of the parking lot, turned around, looked at the house. I could see people standing in the building. I don't want to look at them anymore. I don't want to see their faces. I don't want to hear their voices. I just want to leave. So I took off running. This time I didn't stop, though I was far away. Wow. Yeah, and I mean, it is true. This AI is designed to literally never end. I bet if I typed the end, it would still continue. So this time I didn't stop until I was far away from the place where I'd lived for the last 5 years. The end. Okay. It is now aware of when people type the end, and it turns into a smartass, and it goes to the complete opposite of the end, which is the beginning. In the beginning there was nothing. There was no light, nor darkness, nor air, no water, no land, no sky, no sun, no moon, no stars, no planets, no galaxies, no atoms, no molecules, no electrons, no protons, neutrons, quarks, no gluons, photons, gravity, space-time, no time, energy, no matter, no antimatter, no dark matter, no antimatter, no quantum foam, no Big Bang, no cosmetic microwave background, no gravitational waves, no black holes, no wormholes, no singularities, no infinite universes, no multiverse, no parallel world. Okay. Sometimes it starts outputting things like, thanks for reading my story, like my profile on Twitter, follow me in social media, bongwriter44. I remember AI Dungeon would do that sometimes, where it's like, out of nowhere, it just like pulls a forum post, and it has like a date on it, and it says like World of Warcraft, official fan forum. Like it gets pieces of a website intermixed with the dialogue too. Alright, well that was a hell of a thing. Now I will get all of this printed in a book, and I will sell it on Amazon, and I will become rich. You can generate forum posts if you use special formatting. Oh, I think AI Dungeon had a similar thing too, where people would try to generate SCPs by making an entire form, and the AI would go in and fill in the blanks for you. That was always interesting. needs an audiobook. Well, we have an audiobook. It's right here. All right, here's your audiobook. Wait. We need to speak the best part. Here it is. All right, here's your audiobook.
She closed the door behind herself and looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the second door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed it behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the third door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind her. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the fourth door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the fifth door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the sixth door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the seventh door.
Almost there.
She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the eighth door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the ninth door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway. I followed her as she walked back towards the first door, then turned the corner and walked towards the 10th door. She opened the door and stepped inside the room, then closed the door behind herself. She looked at me for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back towards the hallway.
That is incredible. Alright, so I'm not going to save the story because this was just an experiment. That was a lot of fun. Definitely feel like I want to stream more of this kind of thing now that I have a better understanding of how the AI can be tweaked to better suit my expectations.